into the hypnotic eye. Time now to enter Mr. Lobo's domain. Look out! Open your mind to the possibility that they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia.
Okay, I don't think there's that many people on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, my computer's closed. It's not on.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia. Cyberpunk time, that's right. Can you hear me? Can you see me? We are transmitting live from the retro future. Greetings, Brian. Oh no, Dale got really excited. Too excited. Get a mop. Audio is in the left. Is a channel only? This is now we're in the troubleshooting part of the opening. Nobody's here. We decided not to come. Must stay awake for Mr. Lobo. You can do it. Stay awake. If anybody gets to sleep here, it's me. We've been up for days with this stuff. Oh, and Miss Wendy. Miss Wendy's been working on a costume for our next episode. She's been doing some serious costumer business here in the studio, working with sewing machines and all kinds of weird cutting implements, pinking shears. Hey, yo, Mr. Lobo. We can't hear, says Miss Geek. Can't hear, is that true?
Then other people are saying it's just only in the left channel.
Only in the left channel.
But they're saying it was like that in the pre-show videos too, so it's not us.
Oh, okay. So, well, Johnny was saying there was a crisis of bandwidth, so he was thinking there was too many people on the Wi-Fi, but I don't think we have very many people on the Wi-Fi.
I think only that and the server.
Yeah.
I was earlier.
I mean, we've had more going on in this studio before, but there could be other things happening, I suppose. VR Commander says, I hear fine. Turn your TV CompuPhone up. Doesn't Miss Wendy favor au natural? Is that true? What is this filth you're bringing into the chat, Mr. Flake?
Abacus is enjoying a latte.
Yeah. Yes, Abacus is trying to get caffeinated. I may have to share that for that. Abacus, can I have a sip of that, please? Inglorious Monoscope. Man, I have not seen so many CRTs since I worked at CompuWare. Somebody took a trip down an old salvage yard based on the look of the TVs. You get to see them in action in the episode tonight. We have the cyber future for you, and all of these beautiful TVs will be on. A little bit behind the scenes stuff for you. The TV with the sort of menu on the middle of it, that one is actually, has a computer monitor inside of it. It was a 50s TV that we hollowed out. And then we we had April donated a screen that we put inside of it. And so we can do two-way communication on that TV. Like when I'm talking with Joe from the Movie Dumpster or John Stanley or someone like that on the TV, we can try and do that.
So apparently Viv K. Powell's out in the parking lot connected to our Wi-Fi watching cat videos in 1080p.
I see. That makes sense.
Problem solved.
So we only have, I guess, our left channel of audio, left HDMI input from the camera. Okay. So, all right. So the camera is only getting left channel. Or you're only getting left channel from Aaron's camera somehow.
Can you talk for a second?
AI, hello. Whoa, 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 whoa.
What about now?
Can you hear Jessie?
Ding dong. Beep, beep.
Same. So Jessie's coming out just the one channel also.
I don't get if it's the camera why videos played on the computer would also only be one channel.
I don't know.
That doesn't make sense.
All right. Well, to bring everyone's attitudes up, perhaps, maybe.
Thing, it's not from the camera because the videos were only playing in the left channel too.
All right. Jessie Seeherman, you want to come over here?
Sure. Let me put my...
Is it Seeherman?
Seeherman, yeah.
Seeherman. Why is it that I've known you for 10 years and I say it wrong every time?
Well, it's spelled silly. There's that.
It's spelled silly. This is Jessie, everybody. Hello. Her handsome man, Sean, is here too.
The husband.
The husband, yes, he's here. Let's see here. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Francis7. Great to see all this futuristic
I'm watching on
cybertech working
Roku and the sound
perfectly.
is fine on my
Yes.
TV.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Can you hear Jessie talk?
Hey, hi, hello. Jokes.
Jokes. for
Funny.
you. Yes, funny.
Laugh.
She is adorable, Mr. Bobby. That's true. So we talked a little bit in our little promo about the episode. There was a whole surprise character that you didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you have your featured character, which is Rachel,
Yes.
spelled with an 8.
Yes. 8.
It's Rachel, yeah. And that came together surprisingly well, don't you think?
It was fun.
Yeah, it was
It was a good
fun.
time.
But like everything about it, like your character, the makeup, your hair, the cootie catcher, all the stuff just all came together.
I mean, I
somehow.
remember when Dixie finished with the wig, she was like, this wig has no business looking as good as it does.
Yeah, no, the wig turned out great. Because we're like, how are we going to turn Jessie into Sean Young on a budget right now? And somehow, with just the stuff we had in the studio, we were able to somehow pull that off.
Cinema
so that was
34
fun.
Hyper, Cinema 34
And
Hyper.
yes, a national treasure, absolutely. International treasure, if you count Cosmonauti, certainly.
Yeah.
Intergalactic treasure. So subscribe for 15 months. Wow.
And there's a hype train going too.
Hype train. Hype, 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 everybody. That's right. Woof, woof, woof. Who left those dogs out? Someone did. Close the gate. So we're in the middle of a hype train, I guess. I don't know how well we're doing.
You just completed level 1. You're at 6% on
6% of level. Exciting thing. We have a brand new episode for you tonight, and we are extremely excited about it. Like I said, Aaron was bleeding from his eyes.
literally.
There's a lot of work in this episode, a lot of love in this episode. Miss Wendy, are you taking off? All right, we love you. Thank you. We'll see you.
Staying for the Twitch.
All right, you're not staying for the Twitch, huh? You got to feed those cats?
Yeah.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, 75% too.
Miss Wendy, Mr. Lobo's assistant, has been doing an amateur sharkologist and, of course, costumer, is working hard on our next brand new episode, which isn't made yet. So can you call it a brand new episode? Not really, not yet. But that one is The Boy in the Plastic Bubble. We did a little bit of costume work for Boy in the Plastic Bubble today. If you can no longer support the ABRAXAS because that's done. Watching it tonight. You can check and see if your name is spelled correctly in the credits, but that's about it.
Most backers we've ever had.
Yeah, what was it? How many?
48.
48. Most backers for any Cinema Insomnia episode, which is great because we overspent. We really made a bunch of big errors making this episode. Went way over budget, over schedule, over everything. But somehow you helped us clean that mess up by supporting the episode. But
And then Dale's asking if tonight is the donation match for the GoFundMe.
Good question, Dale. And the answer is yes. We have a fan out there, Mitchell. Mitchell, do you know Mitchell?
I don't think so.
No, Mitchell's one of our fans. His name means beer.
Cool.
And he also is Hello Killer usually in the chat with number 1s for L's. And Mitchell has generous up to $1,000 generously offered to match all donations. So if we can raise $1,000 at our GoFundMe, it becomes $2,000.
That's awesome.
We can double your money tonight if you want to donate to us. CinemaInsomnia.com/support, or if you want to go direct, GoFundMe.com/OSI-Studios. This keeps this place open. We would not have a place for Jessie to come and visit if this place didn't exist. We wouldn't be able to pile a bunch of TVs indiscriminately in a sloppy pile in the middle of the set if we didn't have a studio to do that in. We wouldn't have a new episode for you tonight if we didn't have a studio. We'd have no place to live stream from if we didn't have a studio. There'd be nothing to support this cup of coffee. It would be in a parking lot if there was no studio. There's so many, any other thing you can think of if we didn't have a studio?
I know I wouldn't be friends with you.
I would lose a good friend if we didn't have a studio. Talkie Tina says $100 on the way. Bless you, Talkie Tina. Thank you so much. You were totally jealous of a couple of those TVs, huh? Maybe when we're all done with this nonsense, we might put one or two of them in our next auction. That might be a good idea. But you have to come get it, because we're not mailing these TVs to anybody. Yes, why are you friends with me now is the question.
Because of the studio.
Of course, because of the studio. Only 3 hours away, okay, is that worth a CRT? Link in the chat for donations, please. Yes, if John or Melody or one of you good people could put the link in the chat for either CinemaInsomnia.com/support or GoFundMe.com/OSI-Studios. That's the link. That's where you want to go. We're going to be keeping an eye on those donations all night. And keep in mind that it's going to be double. It's going to be double. So that's very exciting. And thank you all for supporting OSI Studios. This is where the teamwork happens. This is where the dream work happens. It's very. Don't make Jessie crawl through our kitchen again to make a TV show. You know, we have to keep up appearances now. We can't be filming segments in tow truck garages and, Dixie's dad's shed. Hopefully those days are behind us. The TV VCR could probably cover all costs. Okay.
Oh, the TV VCR maybe. I was gonna say that the VCR, the one of the TVs. That one's not doing anybody any good because its tracking doesn't work.
Yeah. That might just need a cleaning, though.
Yeah.
Where do we donate to upgrade Dixie's dad's shed? Oh, boy. So the GoFundMe right now is at $2,334. I don't know how many of those donations are from tonight, if there's a way of knowing that. I guess if I logged into it, I might be able to tell. Too bad Miss Dixie is driving home because Miss Wendy is driving home because she could be the one who would be able to tell us that since she has the login for the GoFundMe too. But anyhow, I can definitely check on that later. Good evening, Marty Macabre. Thank you for joining us tonight for our big premiere. We have, I don't know if you can see the buildings behind us. I'm going to move this out for a second, just so you can see. Can you see that, folks? Can you see this? These are the miniature buildings that are in the episode, in the blimp from the episode. These were made by Monster FX and Dixie. So these are featured in the bumpers and in the retro future segments. And that is a little bit of what we did for this episode. And Abacus got a new refit for the episode. And that was definitely a big part. Abacus was definitely with the coffee and everything. Take the coffee out of the way, but Abacus was a big part of this episode. Roxanne voices Abacus for this episode, which I'm very proud of because we had an AI voice originally for Abacus. We had a computer-generated voice. And I thought with all the controversy with AI right now, the artists are worried about their jobs getting stolen or their work being copied. Wouldn't it be funny to take the job away from a computer and give it to an actress? So that's what we did. We decided to give Abacus a human voice, and we figured it was in the retro future anyway, so Abacus might have an upgrade, you know?
Yeah.
So it was kind of, like I said, we got to turn it around on the whole AI thing. So now we have officially given a human artist a computer's job.
Fabulous.
Yeah. But Abacus is great in the episode. We have our Larson lights here, which is a new addition to Abacus. These were donated by Thomas Reed. You know why they're called Larson lights?
I do not.
Have you ever heard of a show called Battlestar Galactica?
Damn straight.
Have you ever heard of a show called Knight Rider?
Yep.
Glenn Larson produced those two. Yeah, Glenn Larson produced those two shows, and the Cylons have those lights inside of their eyes like that. And Knight Rider's got it on the front. Yeah. So they named it. It's named after him. So,
I wish someone could take an oscillating concept and put my name on it.
We could. Maybe this thing could be the Jessie-nator.
Maybe
right here.
Whatever it is that oscillating fans do. I mean, if it's like a special brand of oscillation.
What fans do? Yeah.
When I was really little, I was afraid. There was an oscillating fan in my bedroom, and I was afraid of it. I thought it was like a Century that was like looking for me.
Oh, it's scanning for you.
Yeah. So I was terrified of that when I was like
oscillating
very,
fans.
very small.
Yes. Well, we just call them. I guess they could just be Jessinating, right?
I like that.
Jessinating fans.
The Seeherman effect.
The Seeherman effect. I got that. Yes, I love it. Yes.
The look on Sean's
maybe
face.
There could be when you know how when you talk into a fan, that could be part of the Seeherman distortion or something. Yeah.
Yes.
So we have a lot going on. We of course there's this movie ABRAXAS, which probably should have picked a different movie, honestly, looking back on it now. No, actually it was the perfect one because there were so many joke opportunities with it. But it's sort of a Terminator knockoff with wrestler Jessie Ventura as a finder, which is sort of a space cop. And then there is Sven Ollie Thorson, who is the evil finder. And they are sort of slugging it out in Ottawa, slugging it out in Canada. And he's protecting
That's where you would find a space cop.
Yeah.
Ottawa.
It's interesting because a lot of futuristic movies or sci-fi movies in the 80s, for budgetary reasons, you don't really get to see a lot of the actual sci-fi stuff. Mm-hmm. That's just the reason that they're doing whatever they're doing in the normal world for the most part. Because like in Terminator, there's this cool future of this stuff that happens, but you only see that in glimpses. It's mostly just them being chased by one guy who underneath is a robot, you know. Anyhow, we have this movie ABRAXAS, but really I feel like the pedestal that we've put this movie on with all of the sketches that we've done, a lot of Blade Runner humor. Hopefully most of you have seen the movie Blade Runner, because there's a lot of Blade Runner references, Blade Runner-centric humor. Terminator and Blade Runner, I kind of feel, are like the two most influential and earliest cyberpunk movies. So there's definitely a lot of references to both Terminator and Blade Runner in this, for sure. How is everybody doing tonight? Everyone doing oh, you were in Minnesota when Ventura was governor. That's amazing. I can't imagine him governing anything.
School in Wisconsin to avoid it.
You went to school in Wisconsin just to avoid Jessie Ventura? Oh, wow. Wow. April lived in Minnesota and escaped in a balloon when Jessie Ventura became governor. There are noodles, yes. You can't have cyberpunk without noodles, certainly not. No. Dollar store version Blade Walker, yes. Cool set and costumes. Well, yes, you will. If you think this is cool, you should see how it looks in the actual episode, certainly. But yeah, so we have US 3 characters. We jumped away from that topic.
Yeah.
We're kind of like, we're all over the place, which is unfortunately how, for whatever brain, yes, that just happens that way. But you came in to be Rachel initially. And then we decided that it would be great to have, since we sort of have had Alan Smithy and Cosmonauti on the space station together, it might be fun to have Cosmonauti with Alan Smithy in their future building here. And so you changed, I thought it was right, that was the same day, right?
Yeah.
So you changed into Cosmonauti.
Did I do Cosmonauti first, or I think I did Cosmonauti second?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
So you changed into did Rachel, changed into Cosmonauti, and then this is kind of a thing that we've done.
Let me even see where that went.
These are like two different things, two different skill sets that you have, because one, Rachel was scripted, and we had a very specific idea, designs on what we wanted to do. Although you did bring a lot of extra to it. But with Cosmonauti, there's nothing on the page for Cosmonauti. You just get to freestyle. I always think of like the Disney movie when the adult characters are having a conversation and there's a raccoon with its head stuck in a honey pot, or, you know what I mean? Is that not a compliment?
I'm mostly trying to think what even close to that scenario happens in what Disney movie?
Well, I think that's a common device in movies where you'll have like, they'll have the boring exposition happening, and then there'll be like an interesting, funny character in the background doing something. And I think in this particular situation, we have Alan Smithy delivering a lot of dry exposition about the premise of the episode, and you're just having fun as Cosmonauti in the background, in the margins, doing funny things, drinking with Miss Mittens, or, you know, playing with the cootie catcher, all that stuff.
Oh, fun fact.
Yeah.
When they were filming Pretty Woman, there's that scene where she's trying, they're at the snazzy restaurant and she's trying to eat the escargot and it keeps sliding on the plate. So the director said to Julia Roberts, like, look, the focus is going to be on Richard Gere and whatever guy he's talking to. They're having a really important conversation. So just quietly next to him, just really quietly to yourself, be eating the escargot. Yeah. And he didn't, that was it. But they actually oiled the escargot like crazy. And like made the plate super slick. So when the whole point of that scene is that she's not classy. She doesn't know how to eat escargot because she's a working gal, you know. So she's genuinely trying to be like demure, and you know, so that was funny. Apparently that director liked to fuck with people a lot.
Wow. So that was sort of method acting, I guess,
Yeah.
because she really was trying to do her best, and there were sliding all over the place.
Yeah, she was genuinely trying really hard to not.
And she
get a
is
lot of...
the focus of that scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not the other characters. That's it. That's a nice little movie trivia tidbit.
I got another good one about Pretty Woman.
Why so much about Pretty Woman? Nobody likes that movie. Okay, go ahead.
Jason Alexander was in that, right?
Yes.
And Disney produced Pretty Woman, I think.
Yes.
And
it's not the first movie about sex workers made by Disney, but probably the best. Go ahead.
They had Jason Alexander like stand on a bunch of phone books or something, or he was wearing lifts, something basically to make him look taller.
Because Julia Roberts is 11 feet tall.
Well, not just that.
Okay.
But specifically because Disney didn't like the impression of, because there's a scene where Richard Gere punches Jason Alexander's character.
Yeah.
So Disney did not like the image of a large man punching what looked like a dwarf.
Oh,
Because of the 7 dwarves.
Oh. Because of the 7 dwarfs?
Yeah.
Wow.
That is straight from Jason Alexander himself. I heard
That's hilarious.
right out of his mouth.
Wow,
Tell that
what
story.
an anecdote.
Yeah.
Probably they didn't like the idea of a bigger person picking on a smaller person, maybe, right?
He said specifically it was a issue. He said it had specifically to do with the minority
a dwarf issue.
of mining dwarves.
All right.
Lobo, we're at just under 800 for the night on the fifth.
Oh, really? Wow! Congratulations. So we're just under 800 for the night, and that is before any doubling, right? Wow.
Yeah, that's just the donations.
Just the donations. So thank you so much for. Gosh, that is substantial. You know, it just seems like everybody has grown in leaps and bounds creatively. I think you have that space, and you're taking more space, you know? I feel like your performing has improved in this space. I think Dixie's art has improved in this space, you know?
Dixie's, like, I'll be doing something over here, and then I'll look over her shoulder later, and she'll have created, like, a whole small universe.
It's insane. She's that rare thing of, like, it's funny because there'll be like Dixie's preparation for drawing, which is like sleeping and having a nervous breakdown, shopping. You know, there's all this like avoiding it, doing something else so she doesn't have to do her drawing. And then once she gets in there, it's this focus that's unbelievable, where she can do this enormous amount of work.
ADHD.
In this short amount of time, you know. But I feel like it's all cooking in there, you know. Somehow all of that is important. The napping and setting things on fire and getting into 5 fights with people and all of that stuff that has to happen before it boils down to just getting into it and doing it. But yeah, it's amazing. Like she'll just get started on something and you turn around and it's this gigantic mural.
And you say, wow, Dixie, you're so talented. And she'll say, no, I just do this every day. I'm not talented. I just do this every single day. If you did it every single day, you'd be talented too. Well, Sean, how many days in a row have I been drawing? And how terrible does it still remain?
Getting better every day.
Getting better every day. Well, and Dixie's been drawing, a long time. Mm-hmm. I do think if you do put your time into something, you can get good at it. But there also is the other side of it. I think certain people, their skills match the thing they're doing, Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think your husband's right. Your work is probably getting every day. And if you drew for another 20 years, you might be a Dixie level.
I mean,
never know.
20 years to be Dixie level. I don't know. Dixie's on a whole other level.
The doubling limit, by the way, is $1,000. Someone has just asked. So,
about $200 more before we hit the limit.
$200 more before we
still take donations.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, let's just keep taking donations. It just will only be doubled up to 1,000. That helps a lot. Our electricity bill was $400 last month for this place. Our rent when we took on this place, it was about, the rent here was about $400 more above our budget of what we wanted to spend on this place. But I think that...
You gonna let Dale talk about your wife's clam like that?
What? Dale, what are you saying? What kind of filth are you bringing? Annoying grain of sand in her clam that helps her make pearls. You're not Dixie's muse,
And
first
the clam
of all.
responds,
But-
that's hilarious. Hey now.
Not clams, oysters.
No,
right?
but the clam 2012 is in the chat.
Oh.
So now we're talking
Wow.
about the
See?
clam.
We passed the matching threshold.
Oh, wow. We've already passed the matching thread.
Fabulous.
Congratulations. Cheers to you all. Fantastic. I want to applaud you.
Mazel.
Mazel. Wow, that was fast. That was fast. It's Insomniacs. You guys are unbelievable. Like I said, I mean,
It was smart of him to set that limit.
he was smart. Yeah, we could have bankrupted this poor guy. You know, any of you are also welcome to follow Hello Killer's lead if you ever want to double donations up to a certain amount. Thank you, Fanger, for donating tonight. Thank you all for donating tonight. That was quick work on everybody's part, which is amazing. Wow, I can't believe that. That's wild. Well, our rent is paid for this month, so thank you so much. That's very exciting. You know, again, Dixie has her desk and goes to work, and I think there is something about having a place to do your thing that makes a big difference. If you're doing it on your kitchen table, there's always that, it's more easy to let your self-esteem creep down to a level to where it makes it hard for you to do the thing that you're doing.
My place where I draw is on my sofa, facing not like legs over the edge of the chair like this, but no, my legs go this way. So I'm like basically looking at Sean as he's playing games, and the TV, like Sailor Moon, is on over here. And then my cat Lucky climbs over my shoulder, like over here, and he perches his ass end on a pillow and front end on my shoulder like a parrot, and just sits there purring in my ear, and it's fabulous. So I don't know what that says. Maybe that's why I'm not progressing.
Maybe. Yeah, because I would suggest having a flat surface, having both your feet on the floor.
Yeah, step one, feet on ground.
Feet on the ground, and I would try to be in a somewhat distraction-free environment. And, you know, if you ever want to come to the studio and just draw, you're welcome to do that.
It's not distraction free.
I feel like if I were to draw while Dixie's drawing, it would be like when small children like have a play kitchen while like mom or dad is cooking, and like the tiny child it like has a plastic piece of like a plastic loaf of bread that they speak into or something, you know?
Yes, that's how you would feel.
That's exactly.
Well, you know, maybe we'll pick a day when Dixie's not here, and then you can be the star and you can be drawing. And everybody could be, oh, you're doing so good. Look at that. You made a picture.
Everyone's rooting
You're
for
a
you.
drawer.
Jesse's husband sits on her shoulder like a parrot while she draws. His hair's doing a cockatoo thing right now, so that makes sense. I like it.
You know, he has some very amazing hair.
Everything about him's very vertical, including the hair.
Okay.
What?
Update.
What?
I guess the Dale sent? I don't have Twitch open.
Yep.
Dale's matching the next 250.
Oh,
Sorry, it's not
wow.
Dale.
Oh, Dale?
It's Hugh.
Oh, Huey, Mighty Huey. Of course, Dale wouldn't do such a thing. Dale's cat, the Mighty Huey, apparently is going to keep this thing going. Huey is going to match another $250 in donations tonight. So if we can get another $250 going above what we have already raised right now, then a cat will step up. And get, where does this cat get this money, Dale? Where I know this cat was fencing some of your objects, right? He said fencing some.
Yeah, he's a catnip dealer.
Was a catnip dealer? Is that what it is?
Is Huey perhaps a reference to Haunting Ground, I would love that.
Is Huey a reference? What is Haunting Ground?
Oh, heavens. It is an excellent game for the PS2. Fantastic throwback. It was produced by Capcom, but it was like just either before or after Resident Evil 4 came out.
Yeah.
So they put all of their energy into promoting Resident Evil 4. So Haunting Ground totally fell off the map.
I see.
But it's such a good game.
Underappreciated, but
Oh,
well-made
heavens,
game.
yeah.
And it's about
Very
a cat
good.
or no?
It's about a dog named
It's about
Huey.
a dog,
Well,
but the dog's named Huey.
It's about a girl named Fiona who has a dog named Huey.
I see.
But Huey is the best part of the game.
Okay.
Or
Well,
I don't know, arguably
know.
Fiona's tits.
I don't know. So Dale is is your cat named after a dog in a video game? I don't know if Dale is a video game person.
Haunting Ground, yeah. Sean and I looked into finding the strategy guide for it, and oh my God, it's stupidly expensive.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I do have it on disc. I was friends with someone who...
Will they have a book?
Yeah, like a strategy
Okay,
guide,
yeah.
yeah. A friend lent it to me, the actual PS2 disc.
Yeah.
And now we're not friends anymore. And so... And she sucks. She's the villain
you're
of the
in trouble.
piece. She's the villain of the
Yeah.
piece. So now I have the super expensive game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
But I still play it on an emulator anyway.
Don't say the word. Don't say that word on Twitch. They don't want to hear that.
I mean, I didn't say emulator. Excuse me.
console that
I
you
said
have.
elevator.
Yes, your
that's what I meant
elevator.
to say.
Yes.
Elevator. I play it on the elevator and just go up and down and
Singing.
Huey is named for his singing.
Yep.
like as in Lewis and the News.
Oh.
No, it says he he made a hue and a cry, so we named him Huey.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. I see the.
So it's not named after Huey Lewis and News. Thank goodness. I already thought Dale was a serial killer. If he liked Huey Lewis and the News, that would put it over the top. Mainly what I loved was when the creatures would make your insanity meter rise. Oh, this is someone talking about this game.
Yeah, it was a very cool feature. If you got startled or panicked,
So you got your
then
insanity levels.
yeah, like the more freaked out your character would get, the blurrier the screen would become.
Oh, interesting. So it would affect your ability.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to turn this light on here. Let me turn my. Are my things coming on? Not yet. Huh? Not really. No, I think this is broken. Sorry. I was trying to. Nope. Not happening. Sorry. I was going to try to turn my goggles on, but my button's broken.
Oh, Eternal Darkness. Well, Haunting Ground does it too.
So, Huey Lewis in the News, games about dogs and breasts. They're scary, right?
Yeah.
All these things have nothing to do with tonight's episode. But it is down. That game is downloadable for PC. So I guess we've raised a bunch of money tonight for the studio. The studio is a great place where people can work on, of course, Cinema Insomnia. But you know, we've helped local filmmakers do pieces in here. We've had cosplayers come in here and do photo shoots. You know, we've had art teachers and stuff. We've had our live events. The pop-up drive-in. Did you ever come up for
a drive-in?
one,
No.
right? No, not one of them. We've been doing our pop-up drive-in, and we want to do more live events, of course, here, where we can invite the community. You know, we had Miss Wendy in here today sewing a costume, you know, and costuming is her thing. That's a thing she wants to do. So, you know, you're putting a lot of artists to work, I guess, by supporting this space. So thank you, again, from the bottom of my heart. Tonight's episode, again, I'm very proud of. The last 7 episodes have been amazing, and we've definitely seen Jessie's character, Countess Blood Sugar in particular, evolve a lot across those episodes. Return of the Vampire, you go from being the, I guess, delivery girl to pretty much trying to take over Mr. Lobo's show.
Yeah.
And then the thing that's really amazing is at the end of that episode, Jessie, you're sitting in. Oh, I guess you have your own chair, right? Or do you have?
No,
my
I think
chair?
it's
You're in the rocking chair because I thought that would be
chair.
more upsetting that you sort of take over my chair and everything.
The throne.
The throne, right? So you're the heir to the chair. You've got the new Cinema Insomnia. You're the new host. You've got Babs helping you. And what was interesting is that moment when I realized that you and Babs are a hilarious duo. That those two characters play off each other in a very funny way.
Yeah.
And I think that was the moment, because those characters had never really shared a scene. Usually when I'm writing the show, I have to write it very economically. It's like, how much how long will Jessie be here? I guess maybe enough time to be in a couple wraps. You know, how much will Dixie really want to do in this episode? Maybe I'll try to get her in a couple of things. So it's always usually with characters in the show are somewhat economical to where I have a character come in, they do a function, they leave. They hand me a card, or we have a little shtick, and then they leave. So a lot of times there aren't opportunities for more than one character to play off of each other, and certainly characters to play off of each other without me being part of the equation. So there was some really great chemistry with you and Dixie, and then when it came around to write Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things,
That was excellent.
it seemed like, wow, what an opportunity to put Dixie and Countess Blood Sugar together as a comic duo, really a trio, with Joe from the Movie Dumpster, who's in this episode, who's in the episode tonight. Joe from the Movie Dumpster is in tonight's episode as himself. But we had Joe playing Mr. Lobo's agent, Gurney, who happens to be dead. And now we realize why Mr. Lobo doesn't get a lot of great gigs, is because his agent's dead. And Babs and Countess Blood Sugar are puppeting Gurney a la Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
And I had written some stuff, but I left a lot of it sort of open-ended. And the stuff that you and Dixie and Joe worked out for that episode, so riotously funny. I mean, Miss Wendy had to like turn her whole body away from the set because she couldn't even look at it. And I reached a point too where I had to like bite my hand and not look at what you guys were doing. And so, you know, that's the kind of thing, like we had this space and we could take this space and you guys could do pratfalls, and there was just so, you know, all the puppeting and all of that.
It's funny because we talked about several projects that I've done while here, and every time we brought it up in my head, I kept thinking to myself, is that the one where I ate shit? It's like, it seems every single one.
I think you have at least once in a
At least every episode, at least once while we're filming it, I fall down hard.
Yeah, definitely in the Christmas, the Xmas special, because your character is supposed to be progressively drunk. Everyone probably at home is thinking, wow, what a great actress. She just falls down right there. But I don't know if that was, I don't know what falling down is part of what's in the character, or just a moment where you just fell down.
Where does the drunkenness end and I begin?
But that was, yeah.
We need the studio space, because if we were in, like, you know, a much smaller space, like Dixie's dad's shed or something, when I fall down, I'd hit my head on something. I'd go like forehead first into a shovel. And, you know, or fall on a concrete or something like that. I need. She needs lots of room. Jessie, for my health, please.
Have you over in the garage?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we just had you in the house. Bit by a spider in that garage. Bring other people.
Aaron got bit by a brown recluse or something and was like sick for 3 days.
Oh my God.
Like when we were shooting in Dixie's dad's garage.
Yeah, so we had to like fumigate that garage because we were worried.
Yeah, we put a bunch of bug bombs in there before we could shoot again.
Yikes.
And then we shot that whole sequence with Dixie being chased by the monster Mittens, Miss Mittens in her monster form. And my God, that was the most unforgiving space. Like the thing kept falling over, and you know, we're all. It's like I'm like sitting on the cold concrete trying to puppet the thing, and so is Miss Wendy trying to drag it around. And
So this isn't even her final form.
no.
It was one of the things we were shooting in there where it was so cold that we had to stop because you could see her breast.
Yeah.
And it wasn't supposed to be cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might have been the thing we were shooting from Buddha on the green screen in there.
Dale, we do have a mattress in here for Jessie to fall on. So yeah, if we knew the fall was going to happen, we could have that mattress ready, Dale.
I think maybe only 2 out of my many falls have we prepared for it. There was the one, she was holding the toothbrush.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Bloodsuckers of the Atomic Swamp.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I go down, and then you put your foot on me, and then drag my corpse off stage.
And somehow you didn't get hurt, or did you?
I don't. Who knows?
Who knows? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your service. Yes, Jessie has been with us a long time. You started as a Real 7 girl, and then we just kept asking you back, you know. And then it kept getting to a point where we wanted to give you more to come back for, you know. And honestly, I feel like Countess Blood Sugar is the culmination of that, because it's like,
Yeah.
I feel like in knowing you and knowing your skills and your humor and knowing you personally and your potential, I just felt like we needed a character that would show more of you off,
That feels good.
you know.
I like that. That feels good.
Every other character was already a character that we had you come and play. That Countess Blood Sugar was written for you. There's no other person who would be that character.
Shucks.
So, and I think for me that is one of the greatest things that I love to do, is to try to create a vessel that someone can pour their thing into. Mm-hmm. Not a euphemism. But I think that I think that is always really satisfying when you can kind of like, you know, create a thing and then someone else can come and, you know. Yeah.
Except Gunks Krunko brings up a good point. The first time I ever worked with you for anything, you said like, so, you know, are you good? Like your character's gonna do that and this and that and this, and I said sure, like I'm game for anything, just don't ask me to do accents.
Everyone's got an accent.
You proceed to have me do 5 accents.
Yeah, that's right.
All terrible.
Yep. You did a Scottish accent,
which is the worst. That lives somewhere in my memory. That just really hurts. It's not good.
She doesn't like food. That's right. When you're the Real 7 girl, it's like, I don't like food.
And a little bit above that was she wanted hepatitis.
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't?
That's right. That was really funny, too, because that was not the reaction I was expecting there. And then, and then you did the Southern accent for, what is it, Liza Bell?
Lady,
Yes, Liza Bell, Ellie Mae, Imperial, J.J. Walker Jr., right? Her name
just keeps
changing,
going. Yeah.
That was a Southern accent. And then, of course, Cosmonauty is a Russian accent. So, yeah, it was very unfair of me to keep giving you that. But those were the things we needed. Like, those were things that I had written that we needed an actress for. So, yeah, it was unfortunate.
Sean and I have been working on an English accent. Not good, but...
Well, all right. Well, I'm going to have to write an English character.
There's a scene in Futurama where they're showing like a scene from a documentary.
Yeah.
And a British guy's like, so Fry walks in and he sings this tune, yeah? Right? And we said, that's the #1 record. Like he said something ridiculous like that. So every now and then, Sean and I will just be like, yeah, right. Yeah.
All right. All right. Well,
Thanks.
maybe we'll work on that. You know, Futurama keeps coming up. Is this a commonality? Like, how many Cinema Insomnia fans like Futurama? Is this a? Oh, you are a Futurama fan, April?
Well, and there's another revival of it that's about to start airing, so it's in the zeitgeist.
Maybe we need to buy a commercial time during Futurama or something. I don't know. Anyway, Miss Geek does not like Futurama.
There's literally dozens of us.
There's literally dozens. Futurama's okay. All right. Watched every episode. I think that's the kind of show where you either obsess about or you, you know, just think is okay, right?
I mean, enough people are obsessed that it's been revived 4 times.
Yeah.
Somebody's watching.
Speaking of, where's that envelope? Is that over there, Miss April? Let's do a mail sack real quick.
Sack.
Sack, that's right. Mr. Lobo's mail sack. We'll just scratch around Mr.'s mail sack. See what drops out. Okay, now we have a mail. This is some mail here from David Rolfe. David Rolfe in the chat tonight?
I think so, because he gave to the GoFundMe.
Oh, okay.
I think he gave like $100.
So David Rolfe, if I'm not mistaken, David Rolfe is an industry person himself. But I got this nice letter from David, and it says, look at how courteous it is, because it's nice and big. It says, "Hi, Mr. Lobo. It occurs to me that you might appreciate the enclosed tidbits. My father was the creator of these shows."
And
Section.
Quick interruption. Mr. Flake 98 in the chat.
Yeah.
Is David Rolfe.
Oh, Mr. Flake 98. Now we know. Now we know who you are, Mr. Flake. So the cards are genuine relics. He griped that fan letters to Richard Boone. Now, Richard Boone was the star of I Bury the Living, which we just released on Alpha Video. Richard Boone had an unfortunate tendency. Letters to him had the unfortunate tendency to open with "Dear Wire." Now, the reason that is the character he played on Have Gun Will Travel was named Wire. So this is a Have Gun Will Travel. Is this a membership card, or I don't know if I can bring this up. My grandfather loved this. He would talk about how Have Gun Will Travel so much. But anyhow, you Richard Boone fans, there's that. This one I'm really excited about. This is from Man from U.N.C.L.E. This is a Man from U.N.C.L.E. card. Wire Paladin, that's right. They meant to telegraph him. Yes, I get it now. I see, I was a kid, so I barely remember that show, unfortunately. Like if you said "Call Lobo" and then they wrote "Dear Call." I get it now. Yes, hilarious. So anyhow, that's Man from U.N.C.L.E. And then Thrush were the bad guys, right?
What evil thing have you done today?
So this is really awesome. I have great early memories of watching these shows in reruns. They've tried to bring back Man from U.N.C.L.E. When did they try to bring back Man from U.N.C.L.E.? That was like 10 years ago or something?
Was that the movie they did with Henry Cavill, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was...
Smersh?
It wasn't Smersh Casino Royale?
Yeah.
David one?
Yeah. Smersh was Casino Royale, yeah. Anyhow, these are really cool. I want to look at those. But, you know, it's amazing, you know, that, you know, like I said, your dad made these legendary television shows. And the fact that you would have any interest in our show really is complimentary. So thank you so much for sending that.
And for the $100 earlier.
Yeah, and for the $100. But yeah, have fun. Or Have Gun Will Travel. I'm not as familiar with. Like I said, I watched it as a kid on TV. I have early memories of that in syndication. But my grandpa loved that show and would talk about it. I think a lot of my appreciation for Western stuff in general was all from my grandfather. He was really into Westerns, big time. I think Westerns were like the zombie movies of their time. I think that's the only thing I think is comparable, or such a hearty genre, you know. This is not a nice thing to say, but I feel like zombie movies have replaced Westerns because you can shoot zombies with a rifle and not feel bad about it.
Yeah.
And I think that was used to be the
I don't think we have to say it. I think we all know where it's going.
Okay, all right. I won't continue that thread, but you get the idea of
Oh no moment in the chat. It was when we were talking about the Man from U.N.C.L.E. movie with Henry Cavill.
yeah.
Somehow the Harbinger's in the chat going, Bob!
Hey, Bob. Yeah. Yeah, the Harbinger. Yeah, you know, Man from U.N.C.L.E. was really cool. They had so many cool gadgets, and they had the dry cleaners that was the front for their operation. And there's a kind of interesting tidbit for those of you who are Transformers fans. Megatron, who turned into a gun, that was a Man from U.N.C.L.E. toy in Japan. That was the gun from Man from U.N.C.L.E. that turned into a robot. And that ended up being the cornerstone of the whole line of Transformers toys.
Yeah, it's funny the way they just went through, repurposed all these other toys for the U.S.
The girl from Auntie, hilarious. It is the same type of gun, yeah, but it actually was a... the Man from U.N.C.L.E. guns supposedly shot drug darts in the show. Now, the gun fired, the toy, the original
The
Japanese Megatron.
Japanese Transformer fired pellets.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, because I have one of those pellets.
Yeah, it is funny that the main villain from the Transformers had to be wielded by someone else. And what happens? Like, he transforms and goes small? What if there's no one to grab him? Does he just fall to the ground and this is the gun laying there on the ground?
How Soundwave's like this 20-foot robot that then turns into a boombox of human.
And then some robot with fingerless gloves puts him up on his shoulder. Yeah, I don't know.
And with the Megatron thing, it was funny because sometimes he'd turn into a gun and a Transformer would catch him, so he would technically be huge. Other times he'd transform and a human would catch him, and he'd fit in the human's hand.
You know,
so they can kind of shift size.
Scale is somewhat arbitrary, yes. Yes, so we have, anyhow, so we got a little bit derailed there, but thank you so much for the thing. And it's so funny that I would also screw up the Wire Paladin thing. So I would have been one of those people writing a dumb the letter to Richard Boone as a kid. Oof. It's like, you know, recently I did the Oscars awards. Now, the joke is that it's the Oscars, right?
Yeah.
So it's a horror awards called the Oscars. And I, of course, called it the AHH Scare Awards in my introduction that I did for the art direction, the award we gave away from art direction. Now, of course, the Mr. Lobo character would do something like that. But in reality, there is no Mr. Lobo character. I just legitimately screwed up the name of the thing. And I thought...
Neither of us caught that till days later.
And then I'm like, oh, the Oscars. Now I get it. So, but I feel like once I discovered it, I'm like, you know what, that's funny. I'm just gonna leave it. Because that's just, you know, I probably would have done it like that on purpose, even if I did know. So, scale is arbitrary. That's what he said. That's right. Don't let Micronaughty hear you say that. Those are size crimes. She'll come after you for that. I love that whole episode where we had Kogorilla shrinking and growing and Micronaughty got in there. That was the Peking Kong episode. Did you see that one?
I don't think I did.
I don't think is she in that one? Is Jessie in that episode?
I don't think so.
No, Jessie and Crystal, for some reason, don't tend to cross over.
It's
Never
interesting.
done that before.
It just would be too much awesome in one episode, right? They'd have to kill each other.
There can be only one.
Yeah. And then we had you come back for, of course, the Christmas episode. My favorite thing in the Xmas episode, Jessie, is we had it in the script that you had my scarf. And then you come out.
That was my favorite thing to do.
You come out, you're wearing my hat, you're wearing my scarf, and I'm like, are you finished? And I hold my hand out like this, and then you reach out for my hand. Can I have my scarf, please? And it's just like, that is such a great, there's a lot of, it's like those two characters don't necessarily even like each other. And then you kind of wonder, it's like, well, do they kind of like each other? Or is she just that drunk? Or whatever it is. But it's such a great moment. It's so funny. And I'm just so glad we kept that in the episode. Because we could have just done a retake where it's like, get my scarf, please, and then just take my scarf.
And I think it's in like 2 of the 5 takes.
Yeah. Well,
But
once we discovered that, I didn't want to do anything else. I thought that was too funny, but yeah.
I mean, you held out your hand.
I did held out my hand. Yeah.
I forget what it was for. I think it was for creepers.
Uh-huh.
My character like hands you something,
Oh yeah.
and I like bowed as I handed it to you, and you just were not expecting it at all.
No, was not expecting that at all. You were the Danish tourist.
Yeah.
And again, another accent. But we solved that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said something like, "Oh, when you play this backwards, it'll sound differently."
Yeah.
And then you flipped it around, so it was like a Twin Peaks.
Yeah, she just talked backwards for the Danish tourist, which is a little bit of a rip from there was a movie called Top Secret where there was a Swedish spy or operative who they just had backwards talk for Swedish, and I always thought that was hilarious. So yeah, we had you talking backwards talk, which was hilarious.
Well, and that was Peter Cushing, right?
Yeah, Peter Cushing.
I think they filmed the whole thing.
They filmed the whole scene backwards. Yeah, so he's like throwing books up onto the shelf and everything. Yeah, it's really amazing.
The dog goes running out backwards. And barks.
Yeah, it's really awesome. See, watch Top Secret if you haven't. So Jessie, I think we have a spinner over there on the spool. I don't know if you want to grab that. We're going to go ahead and do the Insomniac Oath so we can get this brand new episode started. You can probably sit with it, maybe.
I'm all right.
Is that work for you, Aaron?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. So remove your eyewear and repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the brand new episode premiere. The whole brand new episode premiere, and nothing but the brand new episode premiere. So help me, Mr. Lobo. You may stand down. Now, Jessie, I have a gift for you, I think. I don't know if it's over here. Here they are. These are the two you broke during the Zenina episode.
That's rough, buddy. Ooh.
I found those in the basement today. I'm like, what are these? Oh, it's 2 more spinners. Oh yeah, it's the 2 that Jessie broke.
I don't even remember how I did this.
Yeah. Don't look at
The second
me.
one we were pretty baffled too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I just remember you hulking out and breaking it over your knee. That's how I remember it happening. Oh boy. Anyhow, let's get it started, shall we? Thank you so much for supporting us. Again, we have 3 brand new episodes, Boy in the Plastic Bubble, Ghastly Love of Johnny X, and what's the third one? Oh, Bela Lugosi Meets a Brooklyn Gorilla, that are all on. If you want to be the associate producer of those 3 episodes, those are in our OSI 74 shop right now. Anything else, Aaron, before we go into the movie?
$30 away from hitting the ceiling on Mighty Huey's.
Oh, wow. We are only $30 away. Whoa, I feel like we should just drag the whole thing to a halt until some poor bastard donates $30 to
Redo it.
Don't make April make Ray do it. Can we get another $30 so that Dale's cat can match the donation? This is at cinemainsomnia.com/support, or the GoFundMe, if you're aware of the GoFundMe thing, which is gofundme.com/OSI-Studios. Yes, finally, Bubble Boy. That's right. We've actually started making the costume today.
And that one's crazy because it's like that one's been in the works for
since the beginning of the the chronic diarrhea pandemic. Yeah, we were thinking, what's one that we could shoot in the dining room, but then we realized we couldn't actually shoot it in the dining room. That was a big part of it, is that even that got too big for the dining room. So you want to sneak peek that? Okay, April is going to come in with a little bit of oh no, a little bit of Miss Wendy's handiwork from today. Yes, don't give it all away. Okay, there it is. April giving you a sneak peek of the work we're doing on the Boy in the Plastic Bubble
There's
episode.
a much bigger surprise in that episode than that outfit.
Oh yeah, for certain.
Which you spoiled 2 years ago, but nobody remembers now. They're going to be shocked.
Yeah. So anyhow, it will be exciting. And the 25th and the 26th at Shankweiler Drive-In, we're going to be shooting an episode at the drive-in. They're letting us use the whole drive-in, so they'll be closed to the public. So for the Ghastly Love of Johnny X, we're actually shooting that at the drive-in movie theater in Shankweiler's Drive-In in Orfield, PA. So maybe if you're available.
Yeah, and apparently like a lot's going on there, right?
A lot's going
Aaron
on there.
mentioned a little bit on the...
Yeah. So we'll be.
Because the director's getting married.
Oh yeah, the director is getting married. Oh, okay, yeah, the director's getting married as part of the episode. I'm performing the ceremony as part of the episode, and then we're showing his movie, which is really amazing. And then we're showing it at the drive-in up on the screen. So yeah, there's going to be a lot happening where we're going to be able to showcase a great independent movie, a great independent drive-in theater, the oldest drive-in theater in the country. And then a wedding.
I love that.
So, Cinema Insomnia brings people together. Anyway, and we're glad that we brought all of you together. We have such a wonderful community here, and we're very, very lucky that you found us. And anything else, Aaron, before we kick it off?
You mentioned you wanted to push the Blu-rays again.
Yes, I mean, I guess we have Blu-rays, so Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter, get it now if you want it for your Easter special.
He said he put $30.
Oh, all right, Ray put $30, so I guess Dale's cat's gonna have to cough up $250. Thank you so much, Dale's cat, Huey. We got wonderful cats producing this show. Also Chuckles McTruck, $30 suck it, Dale. Wow. So we might be doubly over there. So thank you so much. This has been so much fun. Jessie, thanks for coming.
My pleasure. I always love being here. This is why you need the studio.
Oh, this is great.
It's the only way I'll hang out ever.
Yes, and I think Sally might still be coming, so stay tuned.
Yeah, I was going to ask earlier. I wonder what the hell ever happened.
I mean, she did do a concert tonight. Sally is amazing because Sally's like, okay, well, I'm going to donate some blood, and then I'm going to run, and then I'm going to do some gardening, and then I'm going to go to a concert, and then I'm going to build a house, and then I'll come by the studio later and be in your live stream. That's sort of how Sally is. Like, oh, it's exhausting just hearing her tell me about what she's doing.
When I donate blood, I'm like, I'm going to go get like economically drunk. I don't do anything.
You donate blood too?
It's been a while. It's because I get tattoos that they get. I don't know if that's still a thing. I know for a long time it's like if you've had a tattoo within a year, you can't donate blood or something like that. Is that still a thing?
I don't know. I know you can't use a Japanese bath if you've, you know, like a bathhouse. You can't go to a Japanese bathhouse if you have tattoos. Yeah. You didn't know that?
I did not know that.
We might be in the Yakuza. They don't know. Anyhow, well, you know, maybe we should do like a Give Blood special. Wouldn't that be a nice thing? Find a good vampire movie and make it all around donating blood?
Yeah.
Something to plan for the future. And speaking of the future, Cinema Insomnia is proud to present tonight's Cyberpunk Special with ABRAXAS. All systems go.
You're not going to believe this, Miss Mittens. Another day without fan mail. Bill. Replacement sea monkeys. Hello? What's this? Something from the Future Crimes Commission. FCC, huh? The big boys. Greetings, temporal focal point. As the cause of a less than ideal future, you've been selected for termination by the insurers of the future timeline. RIFT? Huh. Mr. Lobo always thought that it stood for reading is fundamentally terrific. Or is the Rift something else? Don't we have a show on OSI called The Rift? Sweet Sarah Connor! Apparently, Mr. Lobo's got a lot of work to do so that I don't get this letter from the future in the first place? Feeling that migraine coming back. I wonder what happens to Mr. Lobo in the future. Future. They didn't advertise for time killers in the newspaper. That was my profession. Ex-horror host, ex-macabre MC, ex-misunderstood movie jockey, ex-time killer.
Oh boy. Babs, it's supposed to be the chili lime one.
Chili lime shrimp. That's what my ex-co-host Miss Mittens used to call me. Spicy, sour, filth-eating sea cockroach.
Babs, you're interrupting Mr. Lobo's inner dialogue. What do you mean networks say you under contract? I mean, you better watch that problematic language before you get us into trouble. You got the wrong guy, pal. He say you time killer. Who talks like that? Seriously. Tell him I'm eating.
Smithy, huh? The charmer's name was Babs from the front desk. We worked together on various hosted movie shows. Smithy must have upped her to the time killer unit. Her eyes and hair did most of the talking. Her language was called mute speak, mime talk, a mishmash of gestures, faces, one-sided conversations, dramatic pauses, houseplanese, what have you. Mr. Lobo didn't need a translator. I knew the lingo. Every good host did. But I wasn't going to make it any easier for them.
Lobo, would you please knock off that narration? This is Alan N. Smithy, president of the network. Mr. Lobo happens to like narration. Voiceover is an art form and kind of my thing. It's very film noir. Look, I know you're tired of hosting movies. We want you back on the network and we're willing to deal. You always wanted to make movies. How would you like to help us make features? We're promoting you to the long-form franchise content division. We figure you could baffle the audience with a series of cyberpunk films. A cinematic cyberverse. Cyberpunk? Do we have a script? Storyboards? A lookbook? AI will take care of all the creative stuff in post. The cyberpunk genre is perfect because you can just put a bunch of stuff together that doesn't make sense and people think it's edgy or profound. No concept art? No script? We have a budget and locations, and the fast food tie-in with collectible cups is a lock. The Google Mukbang Corporation farms ethically sourced fetuses for artificial shrimp, and they need a tax dodge. They've agreed to finance our film, and to cover our tracks and save money, we're going to make the film in cooperation with the Turkish government. Istanbul's industrial sector is pretty cinematic, and the copyright laws are not a problem. We can pretty much do anything we want and get away with it. On your side, I want you to start analyzing cyberpunk films and ingesting them into ABRAXAS for AI assimilation. So, I'm hosting another film? No. You are researching your own movie. You're going to be the unit director of Alan N. Smithy's Turkish Blade Runner. Jeepers. Uncredited, of course. But just act like you're hosting another episode of Cinema Insomnia so that we can repurpose this as content on OSI 74 for another episode. Ready? In 3, 2, oh, we're all... You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia's Cyberpunk Special 1A OK. Tonight's feature has been enhanced in Cyber XM. For an extra immersive effect, put on your old thrift store VR goggles and you will actually feel yourself getting eye herpes. I'm your time killer movie detection unit, Mr. Lobo. Tonight, we are peeling off our rubber skin to reveal a shiny, chrome-plated endoskeleton and glow-in-the-dark LED eyes.
as we look at an early 90s film that continued to affirm James Cameron's love of the color blue, long run times, and plagiarism. Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Too good to be true, I suppose. James Gunn's Guardians of the Galaxy? Really? I mean, that's totally awesome and everything, but that's not cyberpunk. I mean, that's like a action, sci-fi, comedy, fantasy, superhero K-Tail album? Can we split the difference?
Yeah, I'll have to start that Kickstarter.
Guardian of the Universe, ABRAXAS, starring wrestler turned actor turned governor turned actor turned conspiracy theorist Jessie Ventura as a cyborg cop who helps a single mother in a small town who's the target of a renegade cyborg shot in Canada. Well, how bad could it be? Don't answer that. Plug in, chicken heads. Cinema Insomnia's Cyberpunk Special 1AOK jacks you into our mainframe feature transmission from the Great White Noise. ABRAXAS, Guardian of the Universe, in Cyber-O-Vision XM.
There it is. Good job, everybody. Future has a lot of reverb, yes. I just, other than getting headphones for everybody, I'm not sure how we can make this work.
Have you ever been vaulted? Let me tell you, it's not very pleasant. It involves reinforcement of skeletal and muscle structures by shortwave irradiation and ozone layering to 0.23. Very painful. It can also knock out your memory. So some researcher came up with the idea to play word association games while they roast your tissue.
Planet of origin.
Sargatia.
You're a Sargatian.
Some of us are.
Some of us are what?
Sargatians.
What is Sargatia?
My home planet.
I thought it was the home planet of the Finder movement.
It is.
What division are you, ABRAXAS? Forget the pain, ABRAXAS. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Easy for you to say.
What division?
Interplanetary ecology.
No such division.
That's my division.
There's no such division, ABRAXAS.
That's my division.
Mission.
Apprehend a renegade. Finders are required to renew their vows every 100 Earth years. I've renewed my vows about 90 times now. That's right. I've been on the force for almost 10,000 years.
What is the law?
To defend all life.
What is the law?
To be loyal to the vow of protection.
What is the law?
I will have no relationship before my obligations as a finder. Kick around as long as I have, and you're gonna see it all sooner or later. Now they're sending me out to bring in Secundus, my ex-partner. He'd gone over the top. An occupational hazard for all finders. We see too much, we're around too long. Finders are the cops of the universe. Occasionally one of us goes renegade.
renegade has been located. Affirmative action in process.
We have a renegade. Who is it? Secundus.
Secundus? Still after a co-mater?
Yes. But now he's re-engineered his DNA coding, and he's in the Yellow Star system. If he mates, the probability is that a co-mater will be born. I bet he's got skin like steel after his re-engineering.
Have you sent a finder after him?
Yes, I sent ABRAXAS. I used warp travel.
You used warp travel? Must be some distance you're covering. What sector?
RVS 034. It's a little planet 34th from the star in that area.
Intelligence level?
Tertiary. But very advanced technologically. We're barely ahead of them except for warp travel. And a few other things.
Peaceful?
Relatively. We've intervened twice. But basically, they're on the right path.
Nice place.
All right, I suppose. Never been there myself. The inhabitants call the place Earth.
Nice name. Can ABRAXAS stop the renegade?
We reinforced his skeletal structure. Vaulted it. T-squared.
Weren't ABRAXAS and Secundus partners?
Ancient history, Height. Secundus turned bad 1,000 years ago. You know that.
You should not have sent ABRAXAS.
ABRAXAS can handle it. He's brought Secundus in before. He knows the man. He knows how he operates.
I suppose we'll see. Won't we? I know Secundus. I know what he's capable of.
And I know what your problem is, Height. You really can't stand being at an outpost.
I should be at Command Central. Instead, I'm wasting my career at some godforsaken outpost at the edge of the known universe. Now I have a problem on a planet no one's ever heard of. ABRAXAS better take care of this.
I have the same mic.
All right, well, this should work better. There's less reverb.
Secundus and I went back a long way. We pulled each other through a lot of hard times.
ABRAXAS cannot possibly understand my motives. He believes in right and wrong. The only thing that matters is power. The power to no longer be a victim of fate.
And it's like hearing his monologue. Then we hear Secundus's monologue. And then later we hear her monologue. So it's it's kind of worried that this look like it just looks like a toy gun, which I think is part of what we was throwing on.
The orange.
Yes.
That's funny. I almost
Carl.
picked up this next to those guns.
Stacy,
Yeah.
come on.
What's the matter?
Carl, stop it.
It's all like a
You have to be the matter with me just because I don't want you
How many
falling all over.
sci-fi movies do they have like running out of gas with the guy coming on too strong?
What the?
We're getting out of here.
Start! Come on. Get the car started. Hurry. Get it started. Go! Hurry!
Run for it, get out of there! When he gets torn out of the car.
It's like feel like the problem is
birthing member of
we
the
almost
human
feel like
race.
he's rescuing her.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other problem.
Until he's like a breeding member of the.
Honk, honk. It was his mom.
Way to go, Secundus. What a pickup line. Does that ever work? Say, baby, are you a birthing member of the human race? Also, have you ever been vaulted? Have you ever tried? Let Mr. Lobo tell you, if being vaulted is anything like being hosted, it's not very pleasant. It involves the dulling of the funny bones and mental wit structures by television wave irradiation and low-budget film mocking to 0.2.3. Very painful. It can also knock out your, memory. So some TV exec came up with the idea of joke association while they roast your tissue with misunderstood movies. Oh, was I inner monologuing again? Sorry. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back.
All these interstitials.
You're too young.
I'll show them. It's Max.
Roman, Coca-Cologists. Your numbers are growing because New Coke has a better, more modern taste than Pepsi. Oh, you said the P word.
Now can I join?
If it's yay, I stay. No, I go.
Max! Sure, you can join.
Can he be president?
Outer Space International.
So how are we feeling about this new episode so far? Can't see the categories.
Bigger than TV. We're OSI 74.
I'm Dick Doodle, lead anchor of Unsport 74. Bringing you hard-hitting interviews. How long have you been a part of the I wear a yellow headband and I will never get laid team?
This is my second year on the team.
That's the Virgin team, right?
Yes.
I came back bigger, I'm stronger.
Someone's pretty full of himself. Jim, cut the goddamn feed. Don't need this smug bastard on anymore. Featuring Unsports from all regions of the galaxy.
Well, you guys can watch it. You can watch it, I guess, pristine on YouTube or on Roku.
Expert analysis from Sir Mittens Merriweather.
After you have this
Royal
premiere
Inslee,
experience, you can have a
Pierre
more
LaPup,
Criterion appreciation.
Public Domain Fleischer cartoon Clark Kent, and the rest of the Unsport 74 news team. So, this is Dick Doodle reminding you, don't be a good sport, be an unsport.
Yeah.
This new shirt will fit you to a T, holds practically 1,000,000 times its own weight. In soup! You wash it in the washing machine. Use one as a bath mat. Use it as a towel. Size small through extra large. Only $19.99 plus shipping and handling. But if you add $2.50 to your order, you can get a 2XL and larger size OSI 74 t-shirt. Here's how you order.
Visit our shop at OSI74.com. This is a limited time offer. Go to OSI74.com.
There'll be someone wearing it who'll get called out.
25 years in the future. The ultimate weapon against crime will be the judge, jury, and executioner. And it will not be human. But here, the future has already arrived. 25 years too soon.
Impossible.
Oh no, it's rotary.
Robotic.
It's okay, honey, it's a police officer.
Officer. Tactical. Operation. Research. Rotor. Its prime directive to judge and to execute anything that stands in its way.
The rotor walked through a busload of nuns to get to a jaywalker.
The perfect police officer.
It won't stop.
A prototype of what is to come. But pray, it never comes to this.
He's programming himself.
An unstoppable force. Without flesh and blood. Rotor.
They're really underselling Skunk Woman, I agree. Are we unhearable again?
Network of origin.
OSI 74.
You're a show host.
Some of us are.
Some of us are what?
Jerks, okay? Show hosts are jerks.
What is OSI 74?
My flagship network. Owie!
I thought it was the flagship network of the misunderstood movie post movement.
It is.
What division are you of, Mr. Lobo?
Well, what I really want to do is direct. Yo!
What doesn't kill you makes you more traumatized and mentally divergent.
You can say that again.
What doesn't kill you makes you more traumatized and mentally divergent.
Oh, brother.
What division?
Cinematic time killer. Yeah!
No such division.
That's my division.
There is no such division.
That's my division. For cat's sake.
Mission?
Apprehend so-called bad movies and make them behave like proper little gentlemen. Look, I don't remember what the safe word is, but this isn't fun anymore. Misunderstood movie hosts are required to review their vows every 100 episodes. Mr. Lobo's renewed his vows about several times. That's right. I've been on the force for almost many math years. But now it's time for you insomniacs to renew your vows and recommit to tonight's torture session, especially since we need to complete our research so that we can make our own Turkish Blade Runner. Please assume the position and repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie. So help me, Mr. Lobo. You may stand down. It is getting more and more Blade Runner-y in here all the time. We've got umbrellas, we got a spinner. Eat your heart out, Sid Mead. But for now, let us return to this 1992 preemptive strike to knock off Terminator that knocked itself out of the box office before Terminator 2 even had the chance. ABRAXAS, Guardian of Ontario.
Communication from command. Secundus is in possession of a fertile birthing member of the species.
Please, just let me go.
Thanks for following. Music there, the sort of fake heavy metal music, kind of reminds me of
I really do need your body.
DNA infusion complete. Reproduction commenced.
That makes a difference.
Does anybody hear me? Mr. Lobo's volume is way low.
Okay.
Well, is there
What
a
happened to your
knob
face?
underneath, or is that's
I was
for
vaulted
hearing?
T-squared.
The one that's
Looks like they lined your skull with Bastille. It's over. Right. I win. You'll repair my child, and he will be the answer. Why? You had it all. An almost immortal lifespan, virtually unlimited power, almost, virtually. It's not enough when I can have it all. The key is the birth of the co-mater. The co-mater will be able to compute the anti-life equation. That child will be a co-mater. Join me. So stop me now. You have to kill the girl. I know you. Can't do that.
Communication from command. Secundus will be transported from Penal Planet to Ranus 7. A travel warp is offered you.
I'm going to turn this show around.
Doesn't matter.
Go home.
I win. See you soon, ABRAXAS.
Stand clear. Travel warp is offered you. Remove the possibility of the birth of Secundus' child immediately. Eliminate the female. To eliminate the offspring upon birth would be hazardous. The anti-life equation could erupt. You have 2 minutes.
Anti-life. DC won't like that. No,
Order repeated. Eliminate the female.
Just
you
wait.
have 1 minute.
Oh, they figured out the premise of the episode.
So he puts his hand on her, instantly impregnates her, but then he drops the baby in the snow like 5 minutes later. What? This is so
ABRAXAS, you must eliminate the female before birth occurs. You have 30 seconds.
What is happening to me?
15 seconds, ABRAXAS.
1. Happy New Year!
He didn't do it. The co-mater is born.
We don't know if the child is a co-mater yet, Hyde.
The mere possibility of such an occurrence is sufficient to warrant the death of the woman and the child.
Texting 123. Hey, Johnny X. This is Paul Bonnell, director of Ghastly Love of Johnny X.
It's okay.
Welcome. Yep. We're having a lot of interesting technical issues. We're all trying to enjoy the premiere of our new episode here on Twitch. A lot of snow in this. That kid in the river so fast. It's like I was thinking she was thinking that I was thinking that she was going to
Baby lived for 5 minutes.
Son, we want to help you. This story is so hard to believe.
I'm not asking you to believe me. I'd settle for some help.
Why won't you tell us who the father is?
Stole that baby.
I know this sounds terrible,
You weren't pregnant yet.
but I honestly don't know who the father is.
The only thing worse than protecting a delinquent father is not knowing who the father is.
I have nothing to be ashamed of. If you want me to leave this house, I will.
I want you to leave this house.
Can I go too? Writer-director Damian Lee just grabbing random mythical names works out pretty well for establishing the idea of a space empire. ABRAXAS is Greek. Secundus is Latin. Not like Vulcan, Krypton, Klingon, where all the names sound the same, as if everyone spoke the same language and always has. I mean, that's total horse malarkey right down here on Earth. That kind of linguistic stability assumes a very stable planet. No inventions, no wars, very mild weather. And speaking of weather, in that last reel, there were so many shots of snow-covered trees and bridges and the flat voiceover and smooth jazz. Mr. Lobo thought he was watching the Weather Channel. With a little more baby daddy drama, of course. Wonder what's on the Weather Channel right now. CINEMA INSOMNIA. We'll be right back.
Trying to key something on.
The Power Glove for your NES. Now you and the games are one.
Love those models. Yeah, the models were great. Monster Effect.
Power Glove. Everything else is child's play.
Well, you can play the other one, but it's like having a controller on your phone. You have a D-pad, the buttons on your forearm.
I always wanted the glove. I never had it. I never had that machine either. I just wanted
74.
Reach for the.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. I'm rocking my pants, putting suckers in fear, making the tears rain down like a monsoon. Listen to the bass, yo, boom, explosive, overpowering over the competition. I'm towering, wrecking shop. When I drop these lyrics that'll make you call the cops. Don't you dare stare. You better move. Don't ever compare me to the rest that'll all get sliced and diced.
flinch for the mousetrap.
Imagine how he
Look into the hypnotic eye.
Satisfy your visual appetite and to give you a fix for your visual addiction.
Watching TV, and I'm feeling okay.
Great though. Holy problem is setting them all up.
Hopefully we show you things you haven't seen before.
The cracker on the mousetrap.
Things that make you just go, what the hell was that all about?
Yeah. Lobo Cool J. Yeah.
The year 2032. The city, Los Angeles. The movie, Demolition Man. The restaurant,
Now all restaurants are Taco Bell.
Exactamundo. The demo deal. Buy a burrito supreme, nachos, and a large drink for one low price. And get an official Demolition Man movie poster absolutely free. I'm impressed. The supply's limited. The conclusion, get to Taco Bell today.
In 2077, what makes someone a criminal?
Bad acting.
Getting caught. In Night City, you can become anything, if your body can
That's
pay the
right.
price.
Dixie was saying that. None of these things you can actually do in the game.
Then set it on fire.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves. He's played more
Mr.
Cyberpunk
Lobo
characters
was
than I
minding
think
his own
anybody.
business, narrating aloud to himself on our old set back here in the present. There were loud, weird, wet, sloppy noises outside. The Weather Channel predicted wormholes for today, so I decided not to investigate. I was already on notice for screwing up the timeline in the future, and I didn't want to take any unnecessary chances. But then, he walked in. He had those dad jeans that went all the way up, and a beer belly that wouldn't quit, a sloppy flannel shirt, and a futuristic sidearm of some kind. He had about as much menace as a moist towelette.
Are you Mr. Lobo, consort of Mittens?
Consort? Well, I don't mean to brag, but...
I am your finder, Earl. I will be killing you tonight for the sake of the timeline. Do you have any questions?
Well, yes, Mr. Lobo is no gun expert, but lethal firearms don't generally say Hasbro on the side.
Damn wormhole turned my gun into a toy again. I'll be back.
Be glad you didn't drive, Tonka kid.
Don't mock me. I'm harder than steel.
Now who's bragging? Talk about toxic masculinity. This timeline is not very safe for your soft, squishable, and not puncture-proof narrator.
That's a quick sound, yeah.
I need to find my old time machine up in the attic. Why don't you jump back into reel 3 of whatever you're watching in the future? Future.
County of birth,
Simple.
town,
Thornbury.
name,
Mine?
the baby's
Thomas. Thomas Murray.
name.
Thomas.
Got that. Give me yours.
Is Tony in the chat?
Father.
Oh, wow. Tony, great job.
I'm the only parent.
You were working that flannel
Come on,
indeed.
lady. What did you do? Find the kid in the parking lot? You want to register the kid? Okay. How do I know this kid is yours, huh? You got one affidavit signed by yourself. Now, who's the father?
I'm the mother. I'm the mother.
I love Aaron's observation. Just take a blood test if you don't know, if you don't believe that that's their child.
Never cry. You never make a sound.
You never make a cry. You never make a sound.
Who are you?
You're 5 months old.
He's a killer. Where did you come from? I bet you have a lot of secrets.
That's not even a baby. That's just a little person with a shaved head.
It's been 5 years since Tommy was born. 5 years since that night. We have a nice, fairly regular life. Except that Tommy has never spoken. He's never made a sound. Sometimes, I have no idea what he's really thinking.
Yeah.
I've never told him what his father was.
Again, more voiceover.
I love him so much. But I'm afraid that something terrible is going to happen to him. I don't know why, but I have this feeling that something will take him away from me. Forever.
Yeah. There's another character narrating.
There's a full reason as far as they can see why he should be talking.
Or the cops are narrating.
Hearing impairment.
Everyone's narrating.
He's fine?
The celebrity cameo from the movie later. He starts narrating.
Right.
Seen any other doctors about this? Yes, about a dozen or so over the years.
Sonia, has there been any trauma in Tommy's life at all?
When he was born, he cried a little bit, but then he stopped.
Since then?
Not a sound. Nothing.
This is Penal Planet Terranus 7. We confirm
So he
the
cried
escape
once
of
when he was
Secundus.
born and then didn't make
Stand
any
by,
noise.
we will advise.
That's what we learned.
How did he escape?
We're not sure.
Secundus would be irrelevant if you had eliminated the girl before she gave birth.
None of us could be certain her child would possess the anti-life equation.
We're certain now. The readouts indicate the child is a co-mate. The boy may be capable of unconsciously computing the anti-life equation, and Secundus is capable of ripping it right out of his brain.
I feel like Secundus is just an office chair turning around in that thing. And this guy just looks like Tim Burton.
Prevented this problem from arising.
You could have executed Secundus. That would have prevented the problem.
He was a finder of ABRAXAS.
Was. Now he's an uncontrollable malcontent. You should have terminated him.
All finders are necessarily and understandably exempt from execution. It's operational mandate.
My operational mandate does not allow execution of innocent women and children.
Do you realize what you've done? Let me spell it out for you. With the equation, Secundus could gain access to the anti-life universe. If he even attempts entry, a destructive force would be unleashed that would shatter worlds.
I understand, but it still doesn't justify murder of an innocent victim.
You've endangered the lives of millions of people for the sake of one woman and one child.
I think you're over-dramatizing the situation, Hyde.
I think not. Co-maters are not legends. If travel warps could handle more than single entities, I would send a platoon down right now.
Can you latch me on to Secundus's warp?
I think so.
Another water landing?
Has to be. You're restricted to
Like
carbon-based
maybe like
H2O warp.
great value Terry Garr, but that's showing my age, perhaps.
You must locate the co-mater and terminate it. Kill the child before Secundus.
The decision to terminate is mine alone.
Not in this case.
I'll solve the problem my way.
There's no time for this, Hyde. Let's pay weaponry a visit. ABRAXAS, you'll need some heavy artillery. Secundus hit a techno-carrier after he escaped.
Travel warps are like wormholes connecting different parts of the universe, kind of like a galactic subway system. They're a natural phenomenon that we've learned to use, sometimes successfully, sometimes not.
Now, what would have been funny is if they couldn't hear it now. There's this.
So how is this now? Is this better, worse, different?
What happened?
I tried to run parallel with Secundus' travel warp, and the streams crossed.
You know, one rehearsal,
One
we could have figured all this out.
To survive.
All they'll have left is their answer boxes.
Readings indicate that Secundus' answer box is in low charge. He'll be forced to find a repower generation source
Paul
immediately.
Zeppy can hear us.
That
Thank
means
you,
ABRAXAS will have
Paul
the upper hand
Zeppy.
initially.
Fish.
Better
Zeppy
use
Fish.
it to terminate the co-mater child.
Was that the question?
Yeah. Wow, that would be something.
Well, and then they actually tried to get Arnold to turn down Terminator 2 to do this movie.
What a smart man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Jessie Ventura was going to be Secundus.
Meeting with your principal today. He wants to talk to me about.
We're hearing feedback.
You haven't been up
There's a
since
slight
this,
echo,
have
probably
you?
because of our voices in here.
so
Yeah.
But
get you
there's just gonna have to be a little bit of that.
Can you ever have too much insemination?
I like how he just sort of ejects out like a seal.
Briefly gets the quickening from Commander.
What is going on?
He's
I
being
looked away for,
born.
like,
He's arriving. He's arriving on
Yeah,
Earth.
they sent him to Earth, but they could only
Mrs.
launch them both into water. But then somehow they lost their weapons.
Yeah.
How long has the father been gone?
And then Jim Belushi showed up.
Has there been any abuse in the family?
No.
How long has he not been speaking?
All his life.
Well, do you think maybe that Tommy's acting out because his father isn't around and he's not speaking because he's angry?
No. I think he's mute.
Well, have you tried anything with him to get him to speak? I know here, when students are not paying attention and pretending they don't hear me, I try to catch them off guard. I go, ah!
Jim Belushi's making a totally different movie than everybody else.
What are you getting at, Mr. Latimer?
What are you getting at, Mr.
Well, Mrs. Murray, I'm sorry.
Because my wife made me do
Yeah.
this movie.
This is a normal school for normal children.
My son is normal. Just needs special attention.
He's getting special attention, right, Mrs. Murray? His presence is causing a problem with the students. Frankly, Tommy scares the piss out. And they act out. They push him. They call him names. They tease him.
Yes, I agree.
Why don't you just tell them to stop teasing him, to stop pushing him, to stop calling him all kinds of names? Have you ever thought of just telling them to stop it?
No, I haven't. I'll try that. I'll speak to the kids. I'll just tell them directly. That's a good suggestion. I'm gonna try that.
Was that Jim Belushi?
Yes, Mr. Lobo. They were trying to create a cinematic universe with ABRAXAS back in the 90s. Jim Belushi reprises his role as Principal Rick Latimer from the hit 1987 drama The Principal, about a crime-ridden high school. Remember that one? With Lou Gossett Jr.?
Oh, yeah. But why would they want to tie in the principal to Abraxas? I mean, don't you think Jim was just, doing the film on a lark as a favor to his Terry Garr-looking wife?
Marjorie Bransfield?
Right. They were kind of like the Burns and Allen of the late 80s, early 90s. She was the waitress in Dead Heat. The receptionist in K9. Maybe more like the Captain and Tennille. Pink Lady and Jeff. Millie and Vanilli.
No. Definitely cinematic universe. Because it also ties into Jack Kirby's New Gods from DC Comics. The anti-life equation was a transcendental, mathematical formula originally said to allow those who knew it to dominate the will of another sentient race. That was the goal of supervillain Darkseid. Zack Snyder was trying to bring ABRAXAS into the Justice League.
This is some next level nerding out. I'm not sure I can keep up with all this. I mean, all I know is that this doesn't feel very cyberpunk at all, for some reason.
Well, when you have some time, I can tell you how it all connects to Nickelodeon's Pete and Pete, Forever Knight, The Red Shoe Diaries, and even Munchie. ABRAXAS is rumored to actually be a part of the anti-entertainment equation. Wait, Mr. Lobo.
Joe?
Hold on a second. I think somebody's sneaking around the video dungeon. Hey, Plaid Stallion, what are you doing here?
My name is Earl. I'll be your finder for tonight.
Look, Wet Flannel, put that very real gun down before you hurt somebody.
I understand that you have knowledge of the anti-entertainment equation. You are targeted for off-camera termination.
Oh my god.
Oh! 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 I've been shot! Oh, I'm dead, murdered!
Joe! Joe! Future Joe Lascola from the movie dumpster. Oh no. He's gone. Shot, dead, murdered. This is getting dangerous. We might not be safe. I guess it's now time for the old according to Jim salute.
Hilarious. Yeah. Good job, everybody.
St. Paul, listen up. This is Jessie the Body Ventura talking to you from the Chicago Lake Liquor Store, across from Sears in Minneapolis. Where should you turkeys go to buy your beer? Chicago Lake Liquor Store. You can get the finest in domestic beer as well as imported beer. You can drink little bottles or drink it like the Body does.
Chicago Lake Liquor is the #1 beer store. They buy more, so you buy for less. Save even more on 3K Special. #1, Chicago Lake Liquor.
Watch Sleazy Pictures on OSI 74.
Yeah, that was something.
Old Sleazy is here to keep you off
Across from Sears.
by making this another.
I guess there's only one Sears in Minneapolis?
Yes, we got it all here tonight. Sound.
No address.
Pictures.
Just the liquor store across from the
Everything
Sears.
you could want from a bum fight video without all that icky, guilty
Oh
feeling
boy.
afterwards. I thought this was called crippled mastiff.
From shot, dead,
How's this guy
murdered.
crippled? Can he wipe his own ass? Is what
It's funny because I wrote, "I've been shot, dead, murdered," and I said to Joe, you don't have to say that if you want. I think it's funny if you want to improv something. And no, he just did it exactly like that, which is great because he sold it.
Well, it was great that we were able to watch it before we shot.
Right,
you're able to
play off.
Shot, dead, murdered.
Yeah, it was great that I got to watch his performance when I was doing my
Our
reaction.
producers need a lot of help.
If you like what they do and what
Are
they
you
do
not in
works
the
for
shot,
you,
April?
why not consider putting a little something in their thing, John?
Oh, okay.
You can buy crack from me.
I think only sometimes there is a God.
Our producers receive 100% of the tips in their thank jar.
Reach for the sky. Support OSI.
Thanks, Francis.
Aaron M. Lane is an editor, producer, and archivist for Cinema Insomnia, hosted by Mr. Lobo. He has spent countless hours
For sure,
preparing
Shot
and
Dead
restoring
Murdered is
episodes
replacing
for
Awooga.
OSI 74. Send funds online now.
We need to have
Go
a
to
whole
PayPal.me/Laneville
vocabulary of a Sinsomniac
LTD.
vocabulary.
That's PayPal.
Glossary of terms for the chat.
LTD.
His feather color needs to be in that ad. Don't worry, it'll show up later.
This was a short that we backed. We backed Blood Machines, and then we did our own little special. Privately hosted it, yeah.
Prepare this ceremony, we've lost enough time.
That music video was so amazing that I wanted to see where it went.
Yeah. Anytime.
Oh yes, the time machine.
Miss Mittens, things are not going great for present day Mr. Lobo. Right now, people are trying to kill us.
Blood machines that
Not actual people, but cool looking
Was it Shudder
cyborgs
or
from the
Netflix?
future,
I can't remember.
supposedly disguised as schlubby looking people trying to kill us. We got all these bills, 4 more letters from the FCC. We messed up the timeline really bad, apparently.
Is out.
Oh, it's
Plus,
out, yeah. I think
feeling
it's
very
either on
overweight,
Shudder or Netflix.
unattractive.
Stand by.
Just smell really bad, and I should have showered today. I know, TMI, but we're just sort of questioning everything, you know? That's why we dug out the old time machine. That's right, Miss Mittens.
Okay, people
this
are asking in the
was Mr. Lobo's
Blood machine.
They're
answer
answering
box.
in the
Yeah.
When Mr. Lobo was
Apparently it was Shudder,
smaller and got bullied in school or criticized at home, or
Nice Star
chased by
Crash
vicious
reference
dogs
there.
on the street, I climb inside the old time machine and set the timer and just wait. You know, and then after the jump, I crawl out of the time machine, and all the bullies and dogs and mean adults were either eating dinner or sleeping. Yep. This old time machine always delivered Mr. Lobo away from his problems and further safe and sound into his own future. Did it go back in time? Yeah, it's gone back in time. Yeah, definitely back in time. I distinctly remember falling asleep on a Friday and it ending up on Monday again. Why are we focusing so much on the time travel aspect anyway, Miss Mittens? I mean, this is supposed to be the cyberpunk episode. I mean, this is the sort of thing that ruined the Terminator franchise. In the Terminator, the time travel aspect is just a MacGuffin. No, not an egg sandwich. A MacGuffin is a plot device, all right? Terminator is really supposed to be a high-tech, high-styled cat-and-mouse slasher. You know, like Halloween's Michael Myers, only as a cyborg. You know, the time travel thing is just the thing that moves the plot forward. Or backward. Wait, is this still the cyberpunk episode here in the present? I mean, it doesn't make sense that I'd be hosting a movie for the first time in both times. Okay, none of this is making sense right now. You know what? Maybe Mr. Lobo should just, jump forward in time just a little bit. You know, maybe in the future we're watching an actually exciting, interesting cyberpunk movie, you know? That'd be so awesome. To the future. Future.
Temporal paradox away.
Something wrong happened in the travel warp. I was alive, but my weapons had been destroyed. ABRAXAS had to have suffered the same fate.
They're not bad movies, just misunderstood. That's right.
In hand to hand, I could take him.
That's
but
right.
First,
You're right.
I had to recharge my answer box.
Sometimes we forget.
Pretty misunderstood.
Yeah, I did fit in there, but there were a couple of takes where the whole time machine fell over with me in it.
We had to cut some parts out of the back to make it more
accommodating. Yeah. There's a little a bit part that we cut out of the back so I could stick my feet out of if I need to. Get a little extra leverage turning myself around again. Luckily we splurged on the expensive carpet for the time machine, because at least it's still together. It's still here in the studio. So if we want to do more time adventures, maybe Mr. Lobo is the American Doctor Who. We just take the show in an entirely different direction.
What, in that new season of Doctor Who that's been regenerating it multiple times? Maybe one of them is Mr. Lobo.
Wow. They would hate that.
With the cardboard TARDIS.
Yeah.
The phone reception is better.
Yeah.
You got my fax number, right?
Doctor Who cares.
I never finished my schooling, so I don't have a doctorate. I don't know if I can be a doctor. Is it an honorary doctorate?
Oh, yours.
Mine would be. Bachelor who? Undergraduate degree. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at least they're moving.
Peter Jackson used a lot of people in this Lord of the Rings.
Hi, can I help you? Hey,
Blade Faller.
hey, what do you want?
What are you doing here? What do you want?
I'll handle this.
I am insufficiently charged to activate this vehicle.
Give me the keys.
I'm not going to give you my keys. Check your driving record. I've got quality insurance. It doesn't cover high-risk drivers. Look, I'm willing to overlook this if you are. I could sue you for this,
People are tipping their hand about getting shot in
I'm a
Canada.
lawyer. I can litigate.
Give me the keys. Grab the keys.
Michael, get the keys. Here you go.
See, now, they should have had a pivot, when he grabbed it out of the fire. No. These jackets that they wear make them look like Janet Jackson backup dancers. How many people are in the chat right now? What is it, 136? Oh, that's pretty good. Figured we would have lost a bunch by now.
You really ought to get an alarm system in here.
For what? To protect a few bags of organic pasta?
I'm sorry. Here, let me get this for you.
The country store.
Sorry.
Now they're tipping their hand. They're in Canada.
Wheatgrass juice.
Wheatgrass. More like feet grass.
I was wondering. Saturday.
They poured that straight
if
out
you
of
weren't
the spittoon.
Visitor.
Hey!
Looks more like it came out of like the He-Man slime thing.
Wait.
The slime.
Here.
This guy's smooth.
Bye.
Yeah.
Stop! Could you please provide me with ground transportation?
No.
English, idiot.
I haven't asked her yet.
Well, why not, Johnny boy?
Stop.
You're the new kid in town. Probably just holding your breath.
I've been busy, you know what I mean?
Sounds like fear of failure to me. Yep, fear of failure. It's helped many a good man down. Well, I'm gonna grab me a coffee. Come on, I'll buy you one. Say hello to some of the locals.
What's weird about this car?
I'm on my way to town. I'm going to report this to the local police.
I am a police officer.
Don't you think we should go to the local police? You don't look local
You know,
to me.
why do I feel like we're in a Kids in the Hall sketch? Wow.
Perhaps you'd have some local clothing I could wear.
Sensors indicate appropriate power source in this vicinity.
I feel like they filmed this in Sam's dad's garage. We're not the only ones filming in tow truck garages.
The anti-life equation
Exactly.
is tantamount to
That's an Alan
magic.
Smithy tactic there.
It would make me a god. Anything less is death.
I think I'm gonna have to get myself a soda. Speaking of which, does anybody want a soda?
I'm okay. I mean, you guys want?
Program resumed. Warp travel damage corrected. We are active.
Hey, what are you doing in my shop?
She was asking if you had a Pepsi. But
I am recharging my answer books. Whatever the hell that is. You sure picked the wrong place to do it. You're quite a big man. Big enough to take you, pal. Yes. Just for the anti-life equation.
Subject does not possess anti-life equation. Testing will result in discorporation.
We were so busy troubleshooting that we didn't get any snacks.
You failed.
Be careful opening that. So what are these? These are macaroons.
What makes you think you can locate my 4x4?
Yes.
My box says VD, trust me.
Your what?
VD, vibrational detection. Everything, even machinery, has its own
box says
particular
VD.
vibrational frequency. We just can't read them. This device, my answer box, can read and locate anything it's made solid contact with.
Then it must be able to pick up this guy as well.
No, members of our force were taught to avoid VD.
You can't avoid a setup like that. You called it.
If you're curious or confused, get information or a pamphlet at most pharmacies or a health clinic. If you need help, see a doctor.
In 1972, Delos was open to the public. It consisted of 3 fantastic vacation resorts: Roman World, Medieval World, and West World. It was a computerized paradise where nothing could go wrong. But something
They showed this on TV mercilessly when I was
now,
a kid.
in
It must have been cheap
1976,
for license.
Delos is about to reopen.
New Delos is not only the most fantastic resort in human history, it is also fail-safe.
And an incredible new world has been created. American International presents Future World.
The ultimate vacation resort, fully programmed for your pleasure, where for only $1,200 per day, you can experience
This is like the Star Wars
anything you
hotel.
can imagine. And a few things you can't.
My night to your pawn.
Prepare the Martian ski sequence for 5 guests and return power to grid 3.
Future World, where every day is an exciting new adventure, where your fantasies become reality.
They normally wish they would kill you.
Take us both. You can take risks, face danger, defy death, all in complete comfort and total safety. Safety, safety, safety.
Safety, future.
You will never harm Delos. They're duplicates. You will do what Delos instructs you to do. They're creating and programming duplicates of real people.
I always love when, like, why have it cut here? Why have the faceplate fall off? Why not make it behind the ear? Or under the jaw? No, just right under the lips and right above the eyes, the whole faceplate comes
Can't tell
off.
the original from the duplicate.
The whole thing.
In Future World, if you can afford to go there, you're lucky. If you can't,
The most
you may be luckier than
complicated.
you think.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, darlings. Bunny galore here. I starred in my very own
Bionic
soap
Man
opera,
and Bionic Woman did
Country
similar
Man.
robots.
I play
Yep.
Lady
Maskatron.
Joyce Slaughter, the wife of millionaire Todd Slaughter. However, she does have a few enemies, including her arch rival Alma Cutt. There's also Jessie, the gypsy who has second sight, and the lovable handyman Nobby. Pantry Manor.
Every movie is someone favorite. You don't see anything. Went through a frame at a time.
Kill the kid. Kill the kid.
Which I think that's more.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, everything in that is so much.
Chris Severn, who does the music, the Terminator style of the Cinema Insomnia theme for this episode, makes this show Kung Fu
Only
Fridays.
on OSI 74.
And is a painter, does so many interesting things. Chris Severn, Spiral Rewind.
You Force for Nintendo.
Did you have this, Aaron?
Yes.
You Force.
Nothing but
you.
And the game opens up
with the U-Force power field, nothing comes between you and the game.
And so for like everything else, it's like for Super Mario, it's like you're putting your hand over one sensor to get him to walk in a direction, and then you had to swing over another one to get him to jump. Just did not work at all.
Using a that Finder Earl guy. Practically
yeah, I was controlling a video game with a theremin.
If that Finder finds out we're showing ABRAXAS,
the original
he might come after us next. It's supposedly part of the anti-entertainment equation after all. You know, I vaguely remember something happening years ago, in the before times, before the retro future dystopia. Earl 409, the Finder, would go back in time through travel wormholes to try and get us. And then Mr. Lobo kept going forward in his old time machine to avoid him. Whatever happened to that old time machine? Again, why do we keep bringing up time travel in our Cyberpunk special? We're never going to get enough data to help ABRAXAS AI generate our own awesome low-budget Cyberpunk movie. Not like this bad suburban commando Canadian style nonsense. Mr. Lobo just can't pinpoint what that other genre that keeps creeping into tonight's movie, but it's just harshing the vibe. Puzzling. Suddenly, Mr. Lobo has this urge to just go further, you know, further into our own future. It's bound to get better if we just wait it out, right?
Basically, the VR was the same as the refrigerator box.
Let's dive back into what the
That
kids
was the
call
point I was making.
Terminator versus male pattern baldness. Reel 5 of ABRAXAS in Cyber Vision XM. To the future. Future.
Boys never gonna learn.
That was Melody. Yes, John and Melody both appear in this. Usually they're working hard behind the scenes with all the live stream stuff.
Needs a safety check. Talking now.
It's mine.
They have many other skills. Any other
Billy,
gifts?
Johnny here is just doing his job. It doesn't mean anything.
Sheriff Sharp, under section 217.
Johnny, he just takes the tractor from town to the farm and never causes any.
I'm trying to...
I must locate Secundus. Good luck.
Johnny boy, you got to learn the difference between the spirit of the law and the letter of the law.
Sheriff, I
Now,
think...
right now, you're trying to act and function on the letter of the law. Right? Now, this is a small town. We got no bad guys up here. You're the one who wanted to get out of the city up to
I
a
love how all
place
the
where you can
action
really
is
make a
B-roll.
difference.
I didn't want to spend my time...
Difference up here
Without
is
any context,
you're
we
a peace
cut to some guy's head being
With all
crushed
due
for a
respect,
second.
Sheriff.
While they're having their carpool
Peace
conversation.
officers, antiquated concept.
Huh?
Listen, the police department today is in a constant state of siege.
What are you talking about?
Look around. Every corner there's freaks, lunatics, terrorists.
Those people are locals.
We have to be prepared to defend ourselves.
For what? Apple pickers?
Sheriff, we got an emergency at Town Hall. They say some guys in there turned the place up pretty good.
On our way. No bad guys in here.
Secundus had the mother's name and would be looking for the location of
He
the
just looks
cremated
like
child.
he's working out.
He had it pinpointed to this
He's
area,
just jogging.
but that was basic logic. This was the terminal end of the travel road.
The more this movie
See, he doesn't have eyebrows, he has eyebrow muscles.
He's got like an eyebrow plate.
Maybe he had eyebrow implants.
Hey.
I'm trying to remember what a human looks
Hey.
like from memory.
You work
Something
here or
wrong
what?
with their eyes.
My electricity got cut off. So what are you gonna do about it? You gonna fix it or what?
Let her go, Secundus.
Get out of my way, or I will crush her skull. Drop her. One more bark or whimper from you, and her brain is dust. Try me. Do what he says. You will kill her.
Who are you?
I'm a fellow officer. I'm in pursuit of this man.
He's not armed.
Can nail me.
I don't think so. You want the girl to die. Tell them, ABRAXAS. They cannot change destiny. Up against the wall. Give me your guns.
You can't, Johnny.
You're right. Let me end the mission. Take me. Put your gun in my pocket.
That's not a euphemism.
Happy to see me.
Follow me. She dies. Have a nice day.
You know, if they had the airplane guys direct this movie like a parody of Terminator movies, that would have been something. Because this, even at this point, this was a played storyline. And I feel like they were toying with notes of humor, but they didn't commit to it.
It seems like there's an abandoned place as well. We always talked about this, how there's a lot of humor written in this whole flat.
Yeah.
It's like they don't know it's supposed to be a comedy.
Yeah. Yeah, you got, I think, too many cooks in the kitchen. Nobody knows what kind of movie they're making. Well, there's camp and there's unintentional camp. Two camps.
That's our squad. It's everybody's squad. Not today, it isn't. It's too big, Tommy.
Right now, the camp sensibility's coming from us versus coming from the people making the movie.
Hey, Willie! Look, I make you wet your pants!
I never believe that kid is doing anything with his powers. It's like just stuff is happening around him.
Payback time, kid. I don't know how you did it, but this time I'm gonna make you real
Make
sorry.
yourself with his brain. What do you think you're going to be able to do to him?
This kid's powers are very potty-centric. I think a therapist needs to be brought in. These cookies are delicious. So are these macaroons. You may have to wrestle them away from me at some point.
Betty? Tanya. Forgot my keys again.
Grab a couple of the cookies.
Sorry.
Do you want the macaroons or the cookies?
New.
Okay.
How was your day today? It was good. Really busy, but good. You?
The usual. You still going out to the movie tonight? Hi, Sonia. Hey, you.
Oh, I missed you. I missed you all day. Still want to go to the movie? Okay. Go get a sweater. It's chilly outside.
Do you mind if we stay here and watch your TV set while you're gone?
No, fine.
I mean, someone made them.
Great. Star's got all those squiggly lines and it can't see nothing. Fine.
There's a food in the refrigerator. Help yourself to anything you want.
Don't forget your keys.
Oh, no, I won't.
They're just chocolate chip cookies,
Merry Christmas!
Sally. Not as nice as your chocolate chip cookies, Sally.
I'm a pirate king,
But nice.
and it is the glory. Oh, jeez.
This is a prequel to Zapped. That's right. That kid grows up to be Scott Baio.
Oh, what the heck? I guess Betty will still be up
And then he makes girls' blouses open up.
You ready? For I am a pirate king.
You can't license any music, just freestyle.
Is he gonna show up?
Is this movie supposed to have a constant echo?
Kids will
No, that's our mic.
We have our mics on so that you can hear us.
I know.
We don't have 5 pairs of headphones. Although the audio on this movie is very muddy.
Yeah.
Mommy.
Entity has no knowledge of anti-life equation. This is not
Must be the co-mater.
testing
Run the test.
this corporation. Warning.
Run the test.
In the future, we don't need doors. I have seen Miracle Mile, and it's depressing, but yes, it's good. Pretend you're at a drive-in, you can hear it coming on everybody's car around you.
That's good and bad. That's only power. Soon, I will have
Oh, someone
power
did the same
beyond
thing I just said.
imagination.
Yeah.
I could kill you now, but I will let you live so you can see everything you care about be destroyed.
Come out of your box, Mr. Lobo. It's time to resurrect the snack bar segment. Are you all right?
No, Sally. I think everything will be better if we just wait it out.
It's not cat in the box season.
What's going on? What year is it?
You've only been gone a little while. It's time to do the snack bar segment.
Reel 5 already? We've been trying to avoid hosting anything because we don't want to disrupt the timeline.
Oh, yeah. There was a man from the future looking for you. He said you'd end up showing ABRAXAS someday. And it kind of ruins the timeline stuff, basically destroying the universe. I think he wants you to die, you know?
I know. We've got several letters from the Future Crimes Commission already about this, which is why I thought we could celebrate the end of everything by creating a snack based on the anti-life equation for your digestive tract. We call it loaded poutine
tomato taters.
Comator is from the French word meaning comatose.
Oh, comatose, just how I like my fleshies. And perfect for your ABRAXAS snack attack. I felt like eating Canadian today.
Well, this will fatten them up, babe.
Yeah.
All you need is some pre-cooked French fries, some pre-cooked mashed potatoes.
Not yet? Too soon?
Too soon.
Okay.
Those look pre-digested too. Also.
I don't eat this stuff. I didn't digest them.
All right. Okay. You just died. You didn't digest them.
That's right.
Some warm brown gravy.
Oh, hey. Wasn't that a band?
They were big in the 60s, yes. And of course, cheese curds, which are available wherever cheese curds are sold. Imitation bacon bits. Don't splurge on the good stuff. Green onion or scallions or chives, lawn trimmings.
I don't think those are all the same thing.
A pan covered in aluminum foil.
Ah, for cyber Alzheimer's. The aluminum leaches into the food. I read that.
Zombies read.
Yeah, words and stuff. Oh, because reading is fundamentally terrific.
All right, well, maybe a pan lined with somewhat less futuristic parchment paper. An oven preheated to 350 degrees, and a pot for the mashed potatoes, and a will to die, apparently. What you do is, quite simply, well, the first #1 thing that you do is to prepare the mashed potatoes as the manufacturer directs. Did you do this, Sally?
Yeah, what the box says.
Because you can read.
Yeah, words and stuff.
Okay, all right. Keep warm. The second #1 thing that you need to do is, quite simply, for each serving, prepare 8 ounces of fries according to the package instructions and place in a heat-proof container or plate.
How's that?
Does that seem like 4 ounces to you?
I don't know. Your finger food is really thin. You should feed your fleshies before you harvest them. There,
Well, this is our old friend, Palm Fritz.
Oh, wait a
Loving
minute.
these cuts.
That's why he smells like potato. Who knew?
Anyway, you quite simply scoop 4 ounces or so of mashed potatoes on top of the fries.
There.
Scatter 2 ounces or so of cheese curds on top.
Hey, it sticks.
This is some good scattering. I'm very impressed. That dead-eye aim. And place in a hot oven just long enough to melt the cheese. Now, we don't have time to make these loaded poutine
tomato taters.
But we got in our time machine and we made these ones just before the show. Oh.
Hey, do you think you need these? Do they work?
Thank you. Now, the last #1 thing that you need to do is quite simply pour 2 ounces or so of warm gravy over the ingredients, like so.
He won't let me do that part.
I saw how you did the rest of it. And then you, of course, garnish with your imitation bacon bits. And your green onion or scallions or chives or whatever the hell they're called.
Those things. Green stuff.
Quite simply,
Served with a
bingo.
shot
We
of
have bingo cards now.
wheatgrass or broken Pepsi bottles, and you're ready to. You're ready to take a nap. Quite honestly, I mean, Mr. Lobo heard of comfort food, but this is definitely comatose food. I think I'm going to take a little trip in my time machine during tonight's intermission.
Yeah, well, hurry up and go get comatose. I like when my fleshies are comatose.
Engaging digital projection ignition sequence.
There you go.
Color balance adjustment has been completed.
And this is the actual announcement at the Shankweiler Drive-In when you're watching their intermission and stuff.
Tune to frequency 90.7 FM now. You are now in the future.
Comatose fleshies cannot consent. That's right. Movies is magic. This is our good friend Dylan Mars Greenberg, who used to work at Trauma. I remember interviewing Dylan when we toured Trauma. And now she has got her own musical thing going on and makes movies. Good chair dancing opportunity here.
Imagine the audio experience of all the shuffling in there.
You work all day and night, there ain't no sleep when you're the laughing clown. You stop the blues from coming through and making blue stains on your shoes. You ask why I'm never around.
I think Dylan directed this as well. Alternate Sergeant Kabuki Man. I like this song. It's stuck in my head. I'm the anomaly. I can relate to this. Self-released album, right? Bad World. Yeah. Get the EP today. Help an independent artist. Why not? This is a short film called Plurality, made shorter by Aaron.
The question everyone here is asking is,
Is the right to privacy effectively dead in New York City?
The crime rate in this city is now lower than that of Cheyenne, Wyoming. I think anyone, including my fellow law-abiding New Yorkers, would happily sacrifice a little bit of privacy for that kind of personal safety.
Many hailed the launch of the Bentham Grid as the funeral for American crime. But it was the day that something else began.
Plurality detected.
Target just got picked up on 8th Avenue.
Alana Winston.
Looks like she's a reporter.
Send in Foucault.
Have a nice day, Mr. Foucault.
Yes, 2012.
We are still
Quaker
without
tea,
answers as to
thought.
what caused a small plane to crash in Ossining, New York just 2 days ago. Over the last 48 hours, search
I'm on mobile, in pursuit.
Don't get into another foot chase.
You know a lot about
Just
this.
walk up behind her, hit her with the decap, and bring her in.
I got an intercept car coming to you.
Miss Winston. I'm Inspector Foucault. You're gonna have to come with me.
Here we go.
Is there budget Blade Runner moment here?
Activate every grid node we can get in that area. Declared and undeclared. That's currency, trains, doors, anything we can get our hands on. Box her in and shut her down.
Grid lockdown.
She's fast. Stay on her. Come on, people, let's go.
We've got the eye in the sky, Foucault. We can see both of you.
Danger. 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 Danger.
I think I got her, sir.
We got her.
They're in the park in 30 seconds.
Nice and easy. Don't let her in the park.
Target locked.
I got her. Miss Winston. You can't beat the grid.
Sir, she's down.
Bring her in. Been with these two lovely ladies for over an hour now. All the standard questions have yielded exactly diddly, and the bioscans didn't tell me anything. Almost like they're the same person.
Isn't it the one who ran?
They both ran.
Interesting tidbit on the last name of the detective.
My name's Inspector Foucault. I'm gonna ask you a few questions.
I've already answered all their questions.
It's really important that you answer them honestly and with no cognitive stress. I don't want you to think about the answer. Just respond with whatever pops into your head.
Begin interview.
It kind of feels like an Axe body spray commercial as a sci-fi epic.
Just answer the question, please.
Fine. I'm 28. I'm 28.
You'll be 29 soon.
Unfortunately, that's what comes after 28.
You're married.
No. Engaged.
Our records say you're married.
Well, your records must be wrong because I'm not married. Not yet, at least.
When's the wedding?
3 weeks. A few weeks.
Pay attention to the way they answer the questions. One gives a specific date, the other gives a point of reference based on her current timeline. We ask reference-based time questions. The cognitive stress levels rise on the one who really has to think about it. Then eventually, the one who doesn't belong here will screw up because she can't get the math right.
Luckily, it's that other guy's first day, so he can explain.
Almost 2
all
years
of
ago.
it.
January 2021. Am I here because of my civil rights piece? Is that a serious question?
When did the UN move its headquarters to Geneva?
December. About a year ago. 2022. What the hell is this pop quiz all about?
Small aircraft crash in Ossining. Do you remember when that happened?
That happened 2 days ago. I remember it happening. It's been on every broadband feed in the city. I know it was recent, I just can't remember the exact date.
Warning. Cognitive stress levels high.
You got her, Foucault. Omega's our plurality.
You don't belong here, do you, Alana?
I want an attorney.
The Alana Winston that belongs in 2023 is actually sitting in the next room. She's about to be released with an apology for the misunderstanding that took place here today. The Alana Winston that I'm looking at, however, doesn't exist. At least not yet. Why did you come back?
You haven't seen what I've seen. We have to stop the grid.
When does time travel become possible?
Why does every cyberpunk story
You've replaced freedom with the illusion of safety. But we're not safe, Foucault.
My argument exactly.
Neither are you. We'll keep coming back. You can't possibly stop us all.
Well, I hope they're better than you. This afternoon, they'll pack you off to our detention area on Ellis Island. Enjoy your stay with us, Alana.
Plurality.
It already looks outdated.
Alana Winston was the 19th plurality to be identified and captured
pretty
by
good
the
for
Immigration
being made
Special
10 years ago.
Investigations Unit.
And for being a short.
These pluralities brought us questions rather than answers. None of them had a criminal record before we detained them. They were educated, employed. See you around, Symbol. We would ask, but they would give us nothing. But the next plurality would change everything.
Can't wait to see that one.
Warning. Plurality detected. Jacob Foucault.
Oh, twist!
Target locked. Sending
There it
all
is.
available agents.
Sending all available agents. There was actually 2 of these movies, and Aaron cut it down to 1. I thought it was interesting enough to include. It played off a lot of the themes.
Venus is loaded with candy, and ice cream is found upon Mars. The soda pop's fizzing on Saturn. When you're thirsty, insurance is hot.
Yeah, One World Trade Center is the Freedom Tower. Somebody's asking if the
Oh.
World Trade Center still existed. And
Yeah.
at one point it says Freedom Tower.
Yeah.
Drive away your worries and cares at this drive-in theater, where you will see the
No,
finest
no,
motion
that's
pictures
Macho
of all
Man.
time. Soon
I
to
think
be
Macho Man would have done that song better.
comedy,
Would have had a little
adventure,
more oomph anyway.
excitement, something for everyone.
Laser Unicorns presents.
Hey, you got a permit for those guns?
I've got your permit right here.
Yeah.
All units, we have an ongoing shootout at 24th and Northwest Street.
I'm on it.
Again, time travel for no reason. Honestly, I don't feel like it needed to be feature length. Like, I feel like as long as they made it was about right. I think they knew.
I don't want to hear it, Kung Fury. I've just been at City Hall. You just destroyed an entire city.
And they have like Arnold and Dolph Lundgren.
I quit.
Now
too much.
you must defeat the most evil kung fu master.
They should have done
in the
another
world.
Grindhouse and had like 2 of these movies in one.
Kung Fu.
Hitler. He's the worst criminal of all time. I need to kill him. Back in time to Nazi Germany, just like a time machine.
Hacking time.
Oh no. I went too far back in time. This is Viking Age. I'm a cop.
Shot, dead, murdered.
I need your help.
You feeling cold? Oh, Ricola. I can make it warmer in here, by the way. That was 2 separate thoughts.
Get ready for a new world of unspeakable adventures, never before shown in a motion picture. Get ready for Kung Fury.
Bible was right.
Previously on ABRAXAS.
I was killing guys like this 10 years ago with my bare hands. I'm not going for any of these tricks. This is a sport of death and honor. Go to the gladiators.
Will you spare me the combat Zen speech? What the hell's the matter with you? Can't you see what's going on out there? This isn't a game. Get him out of here. What's the
So
matter?
there's Sven and
Steroids
Jessie
make
in
you
another
deaf?
movie together.
In
Get him out of here now.
Yeah. Where the budgets were higher, the craft services were better, there was no snow.
Oh my god, those are the 2 guys from our movie.
That's right.
No, I was just showing that for no reason.
Yeah, more hair for
You're
sure.
not downloading. You're still virtually watching the Cinema Insomnia Cyberpunk Special, coming to you from the retro future. We also have a top-secret side mission, analyzing various tech noir films so that we can make our own low-budget knockoff for the network. We're calling it Alan N. Smithy's Turkish Blade Runner, or its foreign language title, The Man Who Killed the Future. And speaking of killing the future, a bounty paper towel hunter named Earl 409 is trying to destroy Mr. Lobo in 2 separate but equal timelines for presenting tonight's feature. Apparently it's part of a cinematic universe that, when completed, may be the dreaded anti-entertainment equation, capable of putting the entire planet into irreversible franchise fatigue, where each new film subtracts rather than adds to the movies it's supposedly connected to. Earlier versions of this phenomenon include the Star Wars sequel trilogy and the Halloween movies. It's too late to stop tonight's part of the problem, so we might as well lean into it. To summarize the first half of tonight's sci-fi film so far, we scanned John Stanley's book, and our computator ABRAXAS has turned the Creature Features movie guide into a complete virtual reality experience. All systems go.
ABRAXAS, Guardian of the Universe, 1990. Pro wrestler Jessie Ventura portrays a finder, a 10,000-year-old policeman who comes to Earth in search of a renegade cop played by Sinol Thorson, who does this impression of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Well, most of this Canadian film, written and directed by Damien Lee, has two grunt guys fighting it out in snow country while each searches for a child that holds the eye to the future of the universe. Or some such tripe. Oh, and there is one other thing.
Oh! Ah! Oh! Wait a second. Babs, did you make this jive origami turkey? Well, what the heck that's supposed to mean? Oh, and speaking of foul turkeys, after a bitter battle in a snow-capped Airbnb, our hero, Space Governor Ventura, is run through with a floor lamp by FAO Schwarzenegger. And now Mr. The Body is about to be discovered by the mother and child he swore to protect, as Cinema Insomnia returns you to the second half of tonight's feature, ABRAXAS, guard dog of the Puniverse in Cyberovision XM.
I love that John is in this one. We were worried that we weren't going to be able to get him, so it's very exciting that we got John for another one. Every time we get John in one more episode, it always feels like a victory. And John is the kind of horror host who would wear his own t-shirt. But that would be a virtual simulation.
Your initial wound is now closed. Surface treatment you will provide. I have taken sterilization procedure.
We have to leave now.
We've got two Jessies in this episode.
Hold it. Hold it right there. Tommy, get in your bedroom right now. 5 years. I have lived with this thing that is so unbelievable that the only people I can tell are my parents. When I tell them, they disown me. 'Cause I don't even know the name of whatever it was that impregnated me. I think one of you space guys, whatever it is you are, could have dropped me a note or something. You know, just to let me know that I'm not crazy. That this thing really did happen. Oh no, that would be too much. You're probably too busy off saving the universe, right? Do you ever think about what I'm going through? Or how difficult it is making ends meet? Do you have any idea how much a two-bedroom house costs?
I feel like she's going to hit
feel like
for
I ought
for
to...
child support.
Ow! Ow! What have you got in there, Steel?
Last deal to be correct. We really must leave.
Why should I trust you?
Last deal.
If I had wanted to hurt you, I could have done it years ago. You know that. We must go.
Earthling members of the dominant species are highly protective of their offspring.
Last deal, which is, I guess, a real thing, but is referenced a lot in Star Wars, and there was something else that had last deal? Dune? Dune in Star Wars?
Yeah.
It's closed. Can't you read or what?
And John was reading. He had his book in front of him, open. He's reading out of his own book.
Like exotic dancers.
I'm not familiar with the term exotic dancer.
Exotic dancers are birthing members of this species performing contemporary fertility rites.
What the hell was that?
That's my answer box.
Hey, listen, pal. Ain't no exotic dancers here in these parts. Not in this town, anyways.
Shame. Thank you.
Hey, watch
This is the weirdest thing, because first he goes, "What are you looking for, exotic dancers?" And then he says, "Exotic dancers." Oh, we don't have any of those. And then later they're in a club with exotic dancers. It's like,
Tommy has entered an unconscious resting state.
sense.
No, he hasn't. He's asleep.
What is our destination?
We're going to Maxie's.
You guys are going to have to hold down the fort.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Is this man a friend of yours?
A good friend. He works at Organic Apples, which I buy from him.
Is he a maybe partner of yours?
Everything's on fire. No, he's a good friend.
He comes back, we're
certainly
watching
not a mating
Jennifer's body.
partner.
I understand. A non-conjugal relationship with a male member of your species.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Command issues a reminder that you are to terminate.
What did you do that for?
Syphilis.
So that we can talk uninterrupted.
It appears that ABRAXAS has shut down its answer books.
That's 3 times he's failed to apprehend Secundus in a direct confrontational situation. ABRAXAS may be a little too aged for this assignment. He's had possession of the co-meter for 147 parsecs and still hasn't terminated the
Parsecs are not an appropriate
I'm
time.
getting restless.
Send somebody else down.
I can't send somebody else down. We're still experiencing warp malfunction in that sector height.
Back on audio, let me know.
All right, now, Jack, what did he look like? Can you tell me what he looked like?
Just big and meaty. He had a beard.
Did he say anything to you?
Go and give me a test.
What kind of a test?
So I knew something.
He looks like that security guard in Mallrats.
What could a kid like you possibly know that this guy was
It's
He
Ruthless
looks like a
talking.
weird relative of Hank Azaria.
Maybe the blood samples will tell us.
Oh, like Secundus is like LaForce from Mallrats.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this dude.
No,
right
he was
here.
asking what the guy looked like that went after him.
And they all lived happily ever after.
We can hear
Oh,
her.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
About this Brax's character. What do you know about this guy, anyway?
I know more than I believe.
Hello.
Oh, God.
Oh, I
You're
heard
not
that.
tired. Do you want to sit up here with me?
Nope. Not even a little.
Like gladiator movies.
You like co-mater movies?
Have you ever seen a grown man naked?
It's about 2 men who were partners.
2 men who were partners, you say?
Policemen? No, I'd say more like peacemen. That's a person who tries to solve things peacefully.
Not a
That's a
policeman.
very hard thing to do.
Oh, God.
Here's Tony again.
I am from the retro future. Where is Mr. Lobo? I'm with the Rift Division of the Future Crimes Commission, and I will destroy anyone or anything that interferes with my mission.
Mr. Lobo is not currently detectable in this timeline. You are currently in the presence of our imperious leader in the future.
The famous Mittens is the imperious leader? Yes, of course. The resemblance is uncanny. How may I service you, your majesty? My plasti-steel-hearted hands are yours to command. Toss to the break. Yes, of course. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
Oh, boy.
This is 2XL, the electronic robot who talks to your kids.
Oh, okay.
You guys have to leave. Even has a sense of humor.
You're a birthing member of the human race. Doesn't matter.
You can get program tapes on anything, from science fiction to games to sports.
The co-meter will be able to compute the anti-life equations. You will reveal the anti-life equations, or I will kill all these children.
2XL by Mego.
Hi, I'm Megan.
I designed Megan to protect Katie from feeling lonely
next
and
reel
compare with her.
It's insane, right?
Because your next
I won't let anything harm you. Megan! You should
After
run.
this hug now,
What was that?
Yeah, just something setting up your
make him do
scene,
something
which
bad?
reminded me that you're coming up.
Yeah.
Hold the door! What are you?
After this. We'll do the hug
I'm
now.
Megan.
Megan, rated PG-13.
Thanks for coming. I really made it special.
Yeah.
Go, 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 go.
Today we're going to do the Popeye, the Jerk, the Twist, the Watusi, just like your big brothers and sisters. Also, Crichton is going to show us some of his films. And Great Googly Moo!
Howdy, folks. Ormond Grimsby here of the hit show Monster Creature Feature.
You can watch all this stuff on the Roku and on the website. So if you are missing OSI programming, it's not gone forever. It's just not on Twitch right now. And this is OSI programming.
Yeah.
It was cool we found more online, thanks to Marty Macabre.
This new shirt will fit you to a T. Holds practically 1,000,000 times its own weight. In soup! You wash it in the washing machine. Use one as a bath mat. Use it as a towel. Size small through extra large. Only $19.99 plus shipping and handling. But if you add $2.50 to your order, you can get a 2XL and larger size OSI 74 t-shirt. Here's how you order.
Visit our shop at OSI74.com. This is a limited time offer. Go to OSI74.com.
They have more shirts made. What? You know, wherever they want to, I guess. Oh. Yeah, all systems go to heaven. That's hilarious. This trailer's awesome.
Kind of nervous when I take tests.
Of course, he knows how to spell Nicaragua because of the art commercial.
They're either a benefit or a hazard. If they're a benefit, it's not my problem. Not my problem.
I'm Rachel.
Deckard.
Have you ever retired a human by mistake?
By mistake.
Glad we showed this before. Real
I need the old Blade Runner. This is a bad one.
How can it not know what it is?
If only you could see what I've seen.
More human than human is our motto.
What if I go north? Disappear. Would you come after me?
No, you wouldn't, but somebody would.
It's too bad she won't live.
I can see you.
Time to die.
Will you help us?
What seems to be the problem?
Death. I want more life.
An experiment.
Nothing more. More human than human is our motto.
They all run at some point. They must all be the Blade Runners.
We are auditioning actors for the upcoming feature film Turkish Blade Runner. And up for the part of the lovely femme fatale is our lucky real 7 girl, Rachel, spelled with an 8.
Wonderful.
Oh, what's that you have there?
Do you like it? It's a foil cootie catcher. Babs from the front desk made this for me, for good luck.
Is it artificial?
Of course it is. Cooties are not real.
Babs from the front desk made this.
This is also a sort of test to discover if you are a finder. We call this kind of cootie catcher a fortune-telling snapdragon, or chatterbox for short. Please answer the questions as quickly as possible. Pick a number.
Oh, one?
O-N-E.
Okay, that's 3 moves.
You are in a desert and you come across a turtle lying on its back.
It says all that inside the cootie catcher?
I'm asking the questions, Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Lobo.
Pick a color.
Red?
R-E-D. Do androids dream of electric sheep?
Yes. But what about the turtle? Was it a super turtle?
Y-E-S. Do insomniacs dream of electric sleep?
No. Are you even doing this right?
Y-E-S. You come across a full-page nude of your mother.
My mother? Well, your mama.
M-A-M-A. Congratulations! It says you are not a finder.
Great. Well, thanks, Maury. But I don't think I want you in my movie.
That's all right. I wouldn't want to be in your movie anyway. It also said here you have cooties.
Oh, well, fair. Will you at least introduce the next reel of tonight's movie?
Certainly, Mr. Lobo. And now, Cinema Insomnia returns to Reel 7 of ABRAXAS, the Happy Blade Runner.
Something definitely off about that girl.
Sheriff, I can't eat this.
Bravo! I'd love to see that.
You fall in love with the bird. Now you're trying to get through waiting on the ship to
It was
store.
like the night before.
Oh,
Never get to know. He's not a suspect.
Yeah, I'm surprised that somehow a 52-year-old man introduced you to the Megan.
I think we need outside help. With what? I got one guy responsible for
That was
2 counts
awesome.
of auto theft and 3 murders.
Yeah.
I can't even be sure the same guy did all 3. We got fingerprints and an eyewitness identification.
Well, thank you for everything. Thanks for coming.
The National Guard, the
Made the
CIA, the
episode
grand jury,
awesome.
and God knows who else. Fellas, you put this on my tab, would you?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I guess we'll steal one more, huh?
But one of the men began to grow unhappy.
Thank you.
He was seeing so much, learning so much.
So funny. So funny.
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat. Jesse's leaving.
The only
Goiter.
Mwah.
Goiter's Insomniac talk for goodnight.
power that he wanted.
Because I guess Insomniac doesn't say goodnight.
Good man.
Tommy?
Bye, buddy.
You should be in bed. Go now.
Bye, Chad.
Bye-bye. Thanks so much.
Bye, Walt.
Bye-bye.
Bye. The plot.
But drive safe.
You say Jesse's leaving. She stays here. The body Ventura leaves.
Much better, thank you.
Maybe you can manipulate it at will, but I sure can't.
Where's Sally? That's what Sally was supposed to come. I know. I knew she'd be too busy. She's trying to do too much.
Shower. I'll let you know what happens.
You never married after Tommy's birth.
No.
Married?
No. People of my profession.
Greetings, Digital Dak.
Is Tommy gonna be all right?
Yeah, just joining.
The anti-life equation could lie dormant in his mind.
Didn't get home till after 10 p.m. Well, we knew that was going to happen.
What could trigger it off?
Overloading his mind with fear and confusion. That's what Secundus will try to do. If he gets to the boy,
But you won't let that happen.
we won't let
Every police investigation in every movie always takes you to a strip club.
Any women here?
Crazy? What do you think you are?
Honestly, if he was supposed to be a cyborg, does he need to have hair at all? They could have just shaved his whole head. love how he sees her and then it's like, nope. Did he think that the kid's mom was going to just be in the strip club?
Vocal mode is resumed.
I mean, I guess she did make that comment about how expensive it is to
Direct contact with the co-mater
buy a 2-bedroom house.
on a one-to-one basis. You have had ample opportunities to terminate the co-mater cleanly and efficiently. Command.
You like functioning in the vocal mode?
Vocal mode is necessary to serve and protect you, ABRAXAS.
You will speak when spoken to, or I will deactivate your vocal mode.
Command has issued an order to terminate the co-mater child.
You are not to speak unless spoken to. The problem is not the child, it is Secundus.
Emotion level to Sonia, the birthing member of the species in undressed state. Need I remind you that finders are not permitted intimate bonding so that they might remain totally loyal to
Need
their
I
task?
remind you, you're only to speak when spoken to.
I'm not sure what biting the towel
You said the prints found in the apartment match those
That
in
was-
the statistics. But there's something weird.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah,
weird?
Twiggy.
Well, they have highly irregular
Yeah, so I
patterns,
guess that means that
like
she's
something
into
we have on
him,
the record.
right?
The Murray joint.
Now let's forget about that god-awful rat
You believe in
tail until he
extraterrestrials?
turns like
Yeah,
the side view.
yeah, that's why I was making those Padawan comments.
I believe I saw what I saw. More than that, I'll figure out as we go. Now, what about the blood?
The blood doesn't read as human.
What's it read as? Goat?
The chemical composition is like nothing the big city boys have ever seen before. Doesn't match up with any blood type they've ever heard of. Animal or human.
That's crazy.
All right, so who do you think these guys are? Shriners?
Plot twist. It was Shriners.
That's right, it was Shriners. Shriners. They got the little cars and the
Fez.
That'd be a great climax for this movie. Sparks exploding everywhere, and they're just driving little cars in circles.
I brought you a shirt.
More exciting than what we got.
Yeah,
I want to ask you something.
this really does remind me of the two cops sketch from Kids in the
Just
Hall.
before I gave birth to Tommy,
This might predate the two cops sketch from Kids in the Hall.
Oh, it might.
we had orders.
1990? Close, right?
You had done no wrong. You were an innocent, and you were brave. I could not kill you.
Oh, Miss Mittens, your Mr. Lobo sounds like an idiot. Earl 409 is too formal. Please call me Earl. Yes? Oh, really?
There's cookies from Sally in that tin.
I was sent from the future to kill him, but after hearing your stories, I'm starting to feel for that dope. What an imbecile. So when he goes in his dark little box, he just instantly falls asleep like a chicken?
Yeah, it's Tony in there.
Well, no, it's just a gunk scrunker, I'm guessing is Jessie's husband.
Oh, maybe.
Looks like he's watching in the car.
Yeah, well, and Tony just said I'm so charming, so...
My job.
Good job, Tony! We love you in this. You were born to be the next Sven Ollie Thornton.
Thanks. No thanks.
And what will it be?
Diet Dr. Pepper.
The moral of the story? You can teach a machine to drink, but you can't teach it taste.
I'm really glad Aaron found that, because that was something that I couldn't describe to
With a
anyone.
VR Trooper Happy Meal, you get a transformation pendant or this wrist spinner. One toy with each Happy Meal you buy.
Trooper transform! Hey, do we know him?
We must now break for station identification.
She is. Got a lot of Jessie tonight.
Значит, люди смогут стыковать корабли, монтировать орбитальные станции, пересаживаться с ракеты на ракету, выходить из аварийных ситуаций. Смелый и важный шаг совершен по пути к Луне. И первыми совершили его.
Utopia Fantastica is cosmonautics on OSI 74.
The dinosaurs have the capability of mental telepathy. All living creatures
Teenage alien fighters from Beverly Hills. Biker mice from Mars. Yeah, there's a whole...
So what brings you out to the art exhibit today?
One of the coolest things that I learned was that the Tillamook Lighthouse killed a lot of people, and that they later turned it into a crematorium.
Oh yeah? How many were writing? 180. So there's more people watching live on YouTube without us.
MMA fight. Somebody went posted the link to this in there,
and we are going out with a bang as a fundraiser.
I guess maybe we should have split up. Aaron and Sean could have been over on the YouTube.
Thorax, actually.
And April and I could have been in here.
You know what we could do?
Jessie can run back.
Rig up a separate webcam so that it's not the exact same thing. It's a different camera angle.
Slightly different angle.
Do it then, but it can't be like you're simulcasting it tomorrow.
I mean, I feel like we make it pretty clear in the announcement that it's going live on Twitch.
Yeah. I'm guessing the YouTube people are people that haven't seen the announcement.
You probably think I'm beautiful, Dr. Roberts, but I'm not.
I want it.
My nose is 0.2 millimeters too narrow, and my cheekbones are 0.4 millimeters too high.
I want
it. At a television
Not everybody, there are people who just won't do Twitch.
Hi, I'm Cindy. I'm the perfect female type.
Yeah. Same thing with subscriptions. Even though you'll go, okay, if you Roku, rather. I'm not buying another device. I don't care if it's a free channel. I'm not buying another device for my TV.
I did surgery on several girls a few months back. There have been some suicides.
What have you got me mixed up in?
It's already on your TV.
I have a right to know if somebody's trying to kill me.
Thanks, Dixon. You make our Saturday too.
Don't look at the screen.
That's true. We're not Jessie-less.
Looker.
We talk about this movie in the chat a lot. At least I do. Maybe just in my head.
And now it's time for our virtual mail sack. Actual virtual correspondence from actual virtual Cinsomniacs out there.
You get to see one of your Cinsomniacs.
Tonight we have a video letter from Jeffrey Allen Arnett from the mighty
Jeffrey Allen Arnett
Mitten of Michigan.
You're not dreaming, you're watching Cinema Insomnia.
Dale, check this out. Awesome. So great.
Oh, that was an amazing hot dog place doodle. And now, back to tonight's feature, ABRAXAS, axis of the nexus plexus.
Great job, Jeffrey Allen Arnett. I love the hot dog place doodles.
It's your section.
I want a big one of the one of me and Sally.
Common territory. And besides, there's the murders in this town.
We need some bigger receipt paper for
Any
you.
guy who's killed 3 people would not be sitting in here eating his breakfast. Well, I'm not going to go serve him. You go.
Thank you, Bobby. I'm glad you're liking the episode.
Danger's noticing the holidays starting to creep into this movie.
I'm hungry.
Here's the menu.
This I cannot eat.
No, you just pick something.
Very good. I will have that.
So what do you order? He ordered the whole breakfast section. Did you check to see if you had money first? You ask him. No way.
So, what are you doing for Christmas?
Hey, Theater Fan 22, it's going great. We're enjoying our premiere. We've had a lot of technical difficulties and some challenges trying to all watch it together, but here we are. We're having fun. Thanks for asking.
Why don't you come to our place? Family dinner.
What do you have?
Turkey.
Free range?
I paid for it.
So what makes you think these guys are staying at Max?
I drove past last night. Car was parked outside.
Thanks, Lorraine. Appreciate it.
Get in the other room. The less people that know you're here, the better.
Less people that know you're in this movie, the better.
Sheriff Sharp.
Less people that know I'm in this movie,
John,
the better.
I see you almost every day in my store. What are you introducing yourself for?
Your apartment was vandalized last night, and we have reason to believe that the man who did it is also responsible for several killings in this area. We're concerned for safety.
I'll be all right.
I'm not asking if you'll be all right. We're talking murder here. The killer may be after you.
Look, Miss Murray.
You're being pretty formal here, John.
We believe that you know something. Now, maybe you're protecting somebody, I don't know.
Sally might need a
Whatever it
chaperone
is,
in her Twitch
we can help you.
zombie killer.
You can't do this alone.
I'm not doing it alone, and you wouldn't believe me anyway.
Why don't you try us?
Miss Murray, you're in danger. I can protect you. We can protect you. Talk to me. Us.
Let me think about it.
Come on, guys. I'll see you out to your car.
What was the cleft chin budget on ABRAXAS? I guess they spent it all on chins and not on hair.
We have to get out of here.
Running would just further disturb Tommy. I'm sure he's being affected by the turmoil already. And Secundus would just track him down. We'll take care of this right here.
I say Secundus on purpose, but I am aware it is Secundus.
I've done it before. I'll do it again.
I'm aware it probably doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't really matter.
Care of it.
It's Secundus sounded funnier.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what George Lucas would call Secundus.
Yeah.
That was
Segungan.
pleasant.
God, now I'm picturing a Gungan voice coming out of him.
Self-moistening and
Are you celebrating from the human race?
Your Xbox sounds a little jealous.
I am free from the bondage of emotion and do not suffer petty jealousies.
Remember what I told you?
Sorry.
Boy, that chemistry. That's Amanda Pay's chemistry right there.
Haven't you ever kissed a woman before? You're kidding. That good. That was really good.
ABRAXAS?
You spoken to?
I thought you should know that the curator child called Tommy has left this domicile.
Dear Mom, I love you and Maxie, and I think ABRAXAS too.
My agent has advised me to leave this movie.
I don't want anything bad to happen to you. I'm going away so he won't find me and you will be all right. I love you.
We must find him. If he wanders too far, my answer box cannot cloak him.
Will there be anything else?
Those children, where they're going.
To the school up the street.
Do all the children from around here go to the same school?
Yeah, it's the only one in the area.
I see. What is this?
The bill.
Did I order this?
Everyone gets one.
Very pleasant.
Join the Lobo Loop and get information delivered right to your answer box. BD not included. Drop us a line of code at osi74info@gmail.com or visit our website at CINEMAInsomnia.com. Future Cinema Insomnia will be right back. End of line.
Yep, another Tron reference. That's how much we care about you.
From the third dimension, with its own brain, its own voice.
Looking good, J3D. Getting some fans, Johnny.
There's only one problem.
That's the big reason why this thing didn't take off. You're saying it
needs
oh, yeah.
your eyes. Virtual Boy, see it now in 3D.
Will this beast save outer space or destroy it? This thing is an eyesore.
Wow, you've got that one of those E3, huh?
It came from behind the dark planet.
Thanks for dropping the GoFundMe
mutated by cosmic gases.
In the chat. Rented it from Blockbuster. Gave me a headache, something awful. That's it to be the story of that item.
Or will he be our own undoing?
No! You're already Johnny 3D fans, of course.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, I would like to blame all the migraines.
Our producers need a lot of help.
If you like what they do, and what they do works for you, why not consider putting a little something in their thank jar?
Oh, you can buy crack from me.
Our producers receive 100% of the tips in their thank jar.
Reach for the sky. Support OSI.
Mr. Lobo and Miss Dixie are founders of Outer Space International and OSI
3D has
74,
trends.
which you can support monthly
it's never
on
been like, oh, 3D's
They
here to
also
stay
produce
and
Cinema
everything's going to be
Insomnia and
3D
many
now.
more shows.
It's not like
to send
it's
one-time
not like
funds
stereo,
online now with no
mono
further
versus
obligation.
stereo.
Go to paypal.me/Mr.
And even honestly,
Lobo.
with that, I
That's
mean, half the time, people are just like
Mr.
listening
Lobo.
to stuff.
You can find more thank jars for your other favorite shows at OSI74.com.
$50 glasses
Yeah.
and all of that.
Yeah.
Before that, you're out 35 cents for the paper glasses. It's not bad.
Yeah. I think once they can get it to where you don't need glasses, I think that's probably when it'll really take off.
Yeah. Like, I remember the 3DS feeling like that thing was magic.
From the imagination of Stephen King comes the story of a man
Come on, boy, let's go. Grass is waiting for you.
With the mind of a child.
Yeah, Cyberman. He came to see me.
The point of I like this movie.
Right? Yeah, Cyberman.
I guess could be a source of embarrassment.
Virtual reality holds a key
but
to the
I
evolution
also
of
with a vision of
my
future.
comic book was going to be in this movie. So instead of the whatever Cybo Man comic that was reading in this, it was going to be my Luke Nova.
That was really bad. I have different games. I even have one that could help make you smarter.
Now, Job Smith is about to enter the world of virtual reality.
No, Joe, just relax. It's going to be like being up there with the stars, Joe. Like going to another planet. His mind is like a clean, hungry
before
sponge.
Stephen King asked his name to be removed, you see him putting
I just graduated to the next level, Joe.
You're not the lawnmower man. Oh, you've certainly changed. I don't know how you did it, but I approve.
I absorbed Latin yesterday in less than 2 hours.
Joe, where are you? Joe.
A world where the normal course of events can suddenly turn inside out.
You realize, Dr. Angelo, that my intelligence has surpassed yours.
The imaginary becomes real.
Trying to get inside my head, Joe. You can't hide anything from me, Dr. Angelo.
And reality
We have no idea what he's going to do.
is all in your mind. Stephen King. The Lawnmower Man.
The mystery of ABRAXAS has been deepening with every reel. Why did Alan Smithy pick this film for us to analyze? Is he after the anti-entertainment equation? Or did he just go by the title and maybe watch like the first 2 minutes? One way or another, Mr. Lobo was going to find out. Maybe the enigmatic paper foldings of my partner Babs from the front desk is the key to the answers I seek. A turkey? A snapdragon? And speaking of paper, I can't stop thinking about Reel 8. Babs, in tonight's movie, when Secundus eats the receipt in the diner, does he say very pleasant or Merry Christmas? Very pleasant? Huh. Oh, no reason, just thinking. What's that you got there? A paper airplane? I mean, your origami is getting lazier and lazier. I mean, what's next? A bookmark?
Your idea.
That was my idea.
Thanks. Tonight's movie's a messy stew. We're calling it Run of the Termalander. But you may know it better as ABRAXAS, Guardian of whatever.
I'm sorry, zombie killer. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Hope you're feeling better.
ABRAXAS has that effect on
Yeah.
people.
Waiter. You're gonna miss this climax, but you know, you'll have to live with that.
No! We mean it! My DNA is altered. What are you talking about? My flesh can handle your weapons.
Well, try this one!
They're so proud of themselves.
Interesting.
stop a good guy in a plaid shirt, a bad guy in a plaid shirt, it's a good guy in a plaid shirt. Quick, invent a laser.
Interesting. Another picture.
Oh, wow. Cheddar cheese and tater tots. Someone made the co-mater taters. Good job, Chuckles McTruck. You need to just bring your phone in there with you. Thousand-round clip. That's right. Delicious. Good. The ours was fantastic. Like, I ate that crap for 2 days. It was delicious.
Did the onions last week.
That's what it looks like. Wouldn't that be great? What's that sound that it makes when it's... Yeah, that's what it is. That's right.
That sounds there. His camera's mounted on a dirt bike.
Oh.
And then when they speed it up, it just the engine.
Are you all right?
Oh, wow.
At least in the first movie.
Wow. You would think there wouldn't be any sound on that film.
I want to talk to Tommy alone. Perhaps I could drive back to Maxie's house in your car with Tommy.
Okay with you, Tommy?
I didn't have any of the ingredients, so I just ate a bag of cookies. Good job, Die6Die. Way to improvise.
I just made a few modifications.
I know that. I have other plans.
I ate 2 stale donuts. Nobody pats me on the back. Aww. This kid is a mute. Has not spoken.
Languages, different religions, different cultural skins. But basically, when we come right down to it, we're all just people, aren't we? And that's what's really important.
He's afraid he'll spout that anti-life equation, so
Oh.
he's not.
Bring me
He
the
doesn't speak.
go-meter.
Interesting.
I said, bring me the go-meter.
I mean, that would have been,
Or
if
we
they
kill
said that at any
more of
point,
these
that would have been
children.
interesting.
One at a
I
time.
think they did.
Oh, that he doesn't want us to keep the anti-life equation?
Yeah. Well, Jessie Ventura asks him if that's it. He nods.
Oh, he nods.
Yeah. I never noticed
Duck,
until the
duck,
last time we
Your
watched.
mother told me you have a birthday coming up. You'll be 6.
This is some very understated storytelling, because we've watched this 5 times now, and I feel like every time I watch it,
That's a little bit more than 6, isn't it?
I think this might be the scene.
Oh,
I might
okay.
have spoiled it early.
I know why you won't speak, Tommy. You're afraid. Afraid of what you have inside you. Afraid of your power. And I know it's hard being different from all the other children. Sometimes life can be hard. Sometimes we all have to do things we don't want to.
He'll do it now. He was just exercising compassion for the mother. He didn't want to do it in front of her. He wants Secunda's height. No, he'll do it. I agree, but he'll do it his way. He can't do it his way. He can't take Secunda's out. He knows what's necessary. He'll do it when the child is relaxed and unsuspecting. Make it a peaceful
Film like that too.
Oh, yeah.
You're a good person, Tommy. You can learn to control your power.
You're in the future.
You can't
Or
speak.
in outer space. Local farmers market had kids selling various goat cheeses. That sounds nice. Curds.
Well, if
Also
it ain't no
some
mystery
dried
job,
age
I know
stuff.
the location of the perpetrator.
What's going on here, Mike? Some lunatic burst into the classroom, grabbed me, and says he wants a co-mater.
We don't really get big piles out here.
And is the co-mater. I want him now.
Yeah, they don't.
30 seconds.
Tried
to do
happen.
that.
Yeah.
Or kill the
Funk.
children.
Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
What do you want?
I remember the first time I brought my kid out here, there was just like this awful gray, black, oily, thick, sludgy snow, and he was so excited. He's like, snow! And he's like climbing all over it, and it was like all just, in the parking lots, that gross.
Tommy, can you
Yeah.
hear me? Tommy, can you see me? This aged well. These last few scenes read like dark outtakes from Kindergarten Cop. By the way, when you have a child actor that doesn't talk, not only can you pay them less, but less lines to memorize. Easier to meet those strict child actor union requirements. A 6 to 9-year-old can only work like 4 hours a day. Another note from the last reel. How did Barney Fife get an Uzi? Oh, it was the 90s. Cinema Insomnia will be right back with more of the anti-Fife equation.
Back in the Uzi shop, duh.
Terminator!
Terminator!
Skeleton, the bioflesh regenerator. Activate! Now you can create your own Terminator with the bioflesh regenerator.
I want this.
To protect.
Yeah? Think again.
Battle damage. Must return to bioflesh regenerator. Add flesh compound.
Oh, that's like the Play-Doh Fun Factory.
Terminator created.
Thing maker.
The bioflesh regenerator comes with 2 robotic figures and bioflesh compound.
You're watching OSI 74. Keep watching it or I'll come looking for you.
I am the great. What are you?
1, 2, 3 o'clock.
The flying disc has been found. It's alive!
I wonder if Sally would eat that fake flesh like a snack.
No way! Danger, Bill Robinson, danger!
Nano, science.
The 80s were fun at times, but we didn't have anything like this. This thing we're doing right now is amazing.
What you talking about, Will?
We're doing okay. We're having a good time right now.
All systems go.
Hey guys, it's Buddha Gonzalez. This is Domino. And we're here to talk to you about our show, Bizarre Transmissions from the Bermuda Triangle.
Making you gate.
You see, our show features wild and one-of-a-kind music videos of all genres.
What was Willis talking about? You ever think about that?
Don't forget, we also have artist spotlight, special guests, and demented humor.
We gotta get Buddha making some new shows. Well, I'm glad he found Twitch. I feel like that's a good medium for him.
That's right, it's all part of OSI 74's Secret Sundays.
New episode. Yeah.
That's an OSI 74. You don't know that. You don't know nothing.
Boy, I ate a lot of garbage tonight.
Quinn? How's it hanging?
It was a celebration.
I'm
happy for it.
What?
It's like a birthday party.
There's very little that brings us joy.
You're a tough nut to crack, and of course I don't mean not in the pejorative sense.
I love this movie. I love Brazil too. That's one of my favorite movies.
Yes, we are.
Not.
0, they're all very hush-hush.
I give him 2 weeks.
0 must be 100%.
The zero theorem is unproven.
I think I've got a friend who might be able to help.
You're a pretty
I don't think I
intense
got here
guy.
yet.
Locked
They
up
were like
all
closing
alone.
up tonight.
So, tell me.
We go to Wawa.
Yeah, but I just
How
got
did it all start?
drinks that I wasn't feeling good.
Aaron, you don't
You have any idea what the zero theorem's all
No,
about?
we have no
Everything adds up to
skills
nothing.
whatsoever. Yes, exactly.
What's the point? Exactly, what's the point of anything?
Stay behind and set
I
up.
always wanted to feel different.
You're IP 11. You're all too eager to initiate self-destruct.
You have made the very big mistake.
Oh yeah, right.
Grandma just run away with me.
I know you are.
Why would you want
to prove that all is for nothing?
Of lava. Yeah, I was thinking a robot Iron John from
Quite clearly that we only had to answer yes,
Voyage to Prehistoric
and the
Planet.
voice
Same
would
thing
give
with
us
that
a
too. He
reason
saves the
for
one
being.
guy and he's melting in the lava. Yeah, that's a
better.
noble robot death going down in the lava. Yep, they're all classics. 12 Monkeys. Yep. Imperious Mittens.
Oh, yes, my imperious leader, Mr. Lobo, is very close to unlocking the anti-entertainment equation and learning the mind-bending truth about ABRAXAS and its true cinematic universe. He has no clue that we were never planning on releasing Turkish Blade Runner. Well, Your Leafiness, we were planning on releasing endless special editions and director's cuts to squeeze our audience on the back end, but we found there's so much more money in not releasing the film in the first place. Everyone gets paid for research and development, and then when investors ask, when is the movie coming out, you just say you need more money, and you need more money, and eventually it gets so expensive, they just pull the plug themselves, shelve the movie, and you just move on to the next project without all the burden of a critical or financial failure, like
Love her chair. Did you
film,
see that?
ABRAXAS.
You're getting compliments on the chair. John and Melody found the chair. That's right. And April painted the chair. You and Ray painted it? Or did you Ray paint the chair?
I did.
I knew you would come. You were
All
born
right. April
for this
painted the
moment.
chair.
He's asleep now. I can take all credit.
You are
Okay.
my creation. You will reveal the anti-life equation.
It was perfect because I wanted her to be have a little
my
settee
son.
or a throne or something. I'm like, oh, this is a good. I'll put the throne up.
The
I'll put her chair
co-maker.
up high. She'll have her power chair.
Just the kid just like glares at him.
Run! Run! Go! Not this time.
Co-mater escaping. Co-mater escaping. Co-mater escaping. Co-mater escaping.
Well, and I saw someone spell it culminator, like it's a culmination. I kind of like that better. Culminator doesn't. Efficient, right? Bike rack is an underutilized melee weapon. I thought that was a radiator. Is it a bike rack?
It's the hall pass in Invader Zim.
I knew what Secundus was going to do. Play cat and mouse with the boy. Tease him until fear and frustration had Tommy's mind bubbling like a pot of Sargation oil.
So he's going to play cat and the mouse with him and make him boil over like a pot of Sargation oil. So I guess he's trying to get him to generate the equation by just antagonizing the kid, but without actually hurting him.
Like Jim Belushi said earlier, just try yelling at him.
Yeah, right.
But Jim Belushi had the good sense to get the hell out of this movie.
Yes. Yeah, Jim Belushi's already at the bar while everybody else is finishing up the movie.
Maybe a little scale for the day.
Yeah. looks like this music. I don't know how to make sense of it. It's like Enya and Stuart Copeland had a mutant baby or something.
It's like no matter what scene you go to in this movie, the one thing you can count on is the music is totally inappropriate.
All the music is not appropriate for the scenes. Yeah, you're right.
The anti-life equation.
There is the yacht rock and smooth jazz and weird, like, made for TV heavy metal riffs, and none of it fits in where they use it.
And how many times have you have to watch this before you realize the creators do it?
Yes.
They just don't make that clear at all.
No. So I guess when he looks at that stove, it bursts into flames, but I don't, for whatever reason, he's not selling it.
Yeah, and that's what we were saying too, as we put that together. What happened to kind of make him blow up? Or his flannel shirt?
They needed some... They needed some fire starter, like his arms out with glowing eyes or hair blowing up or something. Yeah. Because that flannel will burn. Oh, interesting.
Oh, okay. Meanwhile, in a different building.
We'll have to have a Terry Gilliam seminar after this movie. Everyone is just talking about Terry Gilliam movies now.
Oh, we're back to movie school.
It's out of your control, ABRAXAS. You cannot kill Sonya's son, and you cannot kill me.
Don't discount Time Bandits. That's a hell of a movie, too.
Remember the mandate? No, find the past, the
Remember the mandate? We're on a mandate right now.
And the saxophone music.
You know what they say, finders keepers. Almost in the same room. They're just they're in our void punching, and they're cutting to the explosions at the warehouse. Damien Lee movies, yeah, we should talk about more Damien Lee movies. I mean, anyone who could do this has got to be some kind of genius.
I didn't know whether Tommy was going to blast me off the face of the planet or offer me a hand up.
Tommy?
It could go either way.
Tommy? Tommy?
We edit this without narration.
Somebody asked for that earlier.
The final cut.
Yeah. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right, Tommy. Don't worry.
This really does feel like a pilot, TV pilot.
They made a mistake by releasing ABRAXAS, but a cosmic mistake that will give us unlimited power. For as you know, the real currency these days is in pissing off the fan base. Yes, we've been planting more and more Christmas decorations, Imperious Leader, as you suggested, but Mr. Lobo is still clueless as to the true nature of ABRAXAS, or even who he really is. The computer ABRAXAS is gleaning much from tonight's transmission, however. This whole film is actually based on the Heisenberg principle. You can know exactly where the bad guy is or stop him, but you can't do both. Also, this movie only works with audiences at all if they know the tropes from the other movies where the tropes actually do work. Certainly this movie has not earned 10,000-year-old cyborg reformed by the love of great value Terry
Is
Gold.
a genius.
Yes, of course, Babs is going to convert all this to note cards. Do you feel this is wise, Your Ivaness? You're calling off all the FCC character assassinations? You want the man your ex-husband Earl killed restored? Certainly. I agree. The Cinema Insomnia broadcast still needs a somewhat satisfying conclusion if ratings are to hold. We'll have plenty of time to annoy the fan base once the equation is solved. It seems you still have some loyalty for this Mr. Lobo idiot after all. Well, you are in charge. Yes, of course. We'll put more Christmas decorations on Mr. Lobo's set before we come back from the commercial break. Cosmonauti, I need you.
I like that. I'm up on the tippy toes. Love the patterns. Yeah, those are the Ennis block. Frank Lloyd Wright did the Ennis House, which is where they film a lot of sci-fi movies. And you'll see that block pattern over and over again in different horror and sci-fi films. And I made them all out of styrofoam. Actually, poster board.
I'll be the judge of that. Touchy.
Yeah, foam core.
I'm known for my gentle and charming disposition. So when Ernie here ran out of Miller
Aaron
Lite,
helped glue some
I
of
didn't
them.
get mad. Nah. We calmly discussed the situation. I told Ernie I'd drink light because it's brewed from the ground up, so it tastes
It looks like
great.
gritty, but
Not
that's
some
pre-gritty.
watered-down version of a regular beer. We reached an understanding, and he quickly rectified the situation. Mom always said I had a way with people.
When it's Miller Lite, less Philly, tastes great.
I love the fact that Aaron's observation is that Nathan Lane became so much more famous than Jessie the Body Ventura ever was.
And the title card of the commercial is Jessie Ventura, famous ex-wrestler.
Yeah.
No mention of Nathan Lane.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Dragging your
But
butt
at
through
that
the
time, he
day,
was just
selling
an
body
actor.
and soul to a bunch of bland normals,
I guess
acting stupid
guy
so
with
they'll
an
think
unspeaking
you're
role
one
in
of
a beer
them.
commercial.
Tired of getting all of the guilt, but none of the sex? There is a simple
Reverend
answer,
Stang.
dear friend. A glowing beacon of slack amidst
Oh,
the
yes.
turmoil and
Look at
darkness.
this.
It's
We got a sub-genius in the house.
Dobbs, the living slack master, and his church of the
Awesome.
subject.
I didn't go that far. I backed the
Brings a new
documentary
destiny
too,
for
but I
the
just got
abnormal. For
a
Bob
cassette
comes
tape
to
and a
justify
bunch of
our
stickers.
sins, to unmask the conspiracy, and to get us back the slack they stole away. It's us versus them. Are you gonna fry in hell on earth alongside the
you
Pink
put it
Boys,
over.
or will you pull the wool over your own eyes and accept
I liked the
Bob into
documentary,
your
although
mind?
I did feel that it
Quit your
revealed
job,
a lot
slack
of
off, and praise
like the reality of
Church of the
Subject
Subjects, eternal salvation, or triple your money back.
Yeah,
Love is kind.
I felt like it was.
Love is even
it
forgiving
definitely
when
lifted
others
the
hurt
whole
us.
veil on the
I
whole
get
thing,
it.
which kind of.
Like God forgives us when we hurt him.
No.
J.C. Webster III, God's 10-star, 10-star, 10-star general in the war against media pornography. Why are you watching this film on OSI 74?
Yeah, I knew it was 25 when I was ordained. I knew it right before X Day. Like I feel like I made it within days of X Day. Yeah.
What are you doing?
Making a long-distance phone call. Beijing Hotel.
西暦2021年人類を救う情報は JM の頭脳にインプットされた
I Johnny Mnemonic is excellent in black and white and Japanese. That is the best way to watch Johnny Mnemonic. I discovered that at Future Noir 4 years ago, and it's still the truth. So much so that they just put out a chrome edition of Johnny Mnemonic, black and white. Someone stole our idea.
Good at memorizing, huh?
I had to dump a chunk of long-term memory.
You had to dump a chunk of what?
My childhood.
Let's start with what you got in there. What is
He's got 80 gigabytes in his head. He had to lose his childhood so he could carry 80 megabytes in his head.
They were waiting for me, Ralphie.
Johnny, do you remember me? Johnny!
Does Ice Cube just play a kangaroo in every movie that he's in?
Keanu Reeves.
It's in the future.
Takeshi.
You can't shoot.
Not in his contract.
JM.
JM. Apparently that's what it's called in Japan. JM.
No.
So our clues so far: all this snow, sappy family drama, weird sort of angels interfering with the destiny of man, holiday decorations, a virgin birth, child messiah, fat guys with beards, and a kid that doesn't talk? No, get out of here. ABRAXAS is not a Christmas movie. That's unacceptable, okay? We just did a holiday episode. ABRAXAS is not a Christmas movie. What did you call me? Look, it's got to turn around. It's not too late. Let's see what the merciful conclusion of a bric-a-brac shows us. You know, you're not supposed to use scissors.
That I found out.
That's right. Look at this. But we'll start the bidding at $200.
Dolly can spot a blue dot on TV.
Yes. Blu-Ray, which I think would look good. I think Aaron was going to fix it and told him not to. Do you accept money? Always. ABRAXAS, use your flatulence ray.
ABRAXAS, your mandate does not allow you to terminate another finder. Let him go.
A very ABRAXAS, very ABRAXAS, everyone. Hilarious, Jeffrey Allen Arnett.
Dead end. Can't kill me.
Yeah, this soundtrack is fighting this movie.
Test for the anti-life equation.
Warning, testing will result in discorporation. Testing will result in
Spooky electric
discorporation.
call.
Testing will result in discorporation.
Couples over here now, please. Get the hoses out of there. Over here.
ABRAXAS. This is a part of CINEMA INSOMNIA Cyberpunk Special.
Your mission is completed. Command congratulates you. A travel warp will appear in 2 minutes to transport you to your next assignment.
It's possible someone else may try to exploit the co-mater.
If that occurs, it will be dealt with then.
Insidious.
Might be wise if Tommy were assigned the permanent finder.
Command says your recommendation will be considered. Prepare for travel, ABRAXAS.
I would be very interested in taking that assignment.
Command says your desire will be considered. Now prepare for travel.
Next week.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot leave.
To refuse a transport order means to forfeit your finderhood.
I know. Can I keep my answer box?
I would be pleased to stay and watch over you, Sonia, and Tommy, if Command permits it.
We have a decision to make. The decision has already been made. I was wrong about ABRAXAS.
Affirmative. We can stay.
Hey!
This is like hold music.
You got some explaining to do. You're a good man, Officer Sharp. This world needs good men.
You really are some kind of off-road cop, aren't you?
I'm terrestrial now.
How am I gonna write this up as a report?
I think you should scale it down to acceptable proportions.
Why?
You know, I think I'm gonna like living here.
And the movie begins.
Potential.
No, start with
I kind of like that guy.
4-hour director's cut.
Let's go. Coffee and donuts?
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Zacundus was zapped off into the universe, and I was on Earth for good.
L'chaim.
Nice name, isn't it?
I'm really glad you're staying.
And God bless us, everyone.
Oh, God.
This wasn't cyberpunk in the least. ABRAXAS is a straight Hallmark Channel Christmas movie with a cyborg. What the hell is going on here?
Oh yes, ABRAXAS is definitely a Christmas movie. Like Gremlins, or Die Hard, or Terry Gilliam's Brazil. We are the only life forms to watch ABRAXAS to the very end, and we finally discovered the truth. That Hallmark Christmas movies are the anti-entertainment equation. The young franchise. The shared universe that eats away at itself and everything it touches with each new movie.
This is unbelievable. Wait a second. Aren't you dead? I mean, Earl the Finder killed you.
They fixed me. They fix everything. I'm now an android in service to the Imperious leader. Apparently, so are you.
I'm an android? Sorry, Lobot. Should have told you earlier. You're a mandroid. No ambiguous ending here. The real Mr. Lobo's been sleeping in a cardboard box for 25 years or so. That does not compute. That does not compute. That does not compute. Future, 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 future. Thanks for watching Cinema Insomnia.
Babs just takes my chair. Great job, everyone. But wait, don't leave yet. Don't get out your car keys. Big hand for all our associate producers.
That's hard work.
Where the hell am I?
Oh, there it is. There it is. That's right. That's right. Holy mackerel. Awooga. That is it, folks. That is the Cyberpunk special. Big hand for all of you. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. Aaron nearly died 2 or 3 times, doing all the effects and the editing and the shooting and the bleeding, all of that. April did a lot on this too. All the teleprompting and the fussing and the cleaning and all the stuff. Bringing cookies. You know, that's the only time I get to spoil myself is when you bring cookies. So maybe my self-esteem needs cookies once in a while. Thank you, Marty McCobb, for saying it's fabulous. I'm very proud of everyone. Everyone did a really great job. It's an epic episode, so much more than this movie deserved. Get your secret decoder rings out so you can figure out the message. Well, let's go full screen if we can. Can we come back out? There we are. There we are. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Sally. Also, Sally, you did an amazing job. I mean, I really love having someone to completely derail the snack bar segment. It makes it so much more challenging, but certainly much more entertaining when Mr. Lobo is trying to make his snack. But actually, I feel like you were anchoring the snack bar on that time around. This is April, of course. April Peacock, intrepid insomniac, and associate, or I guess, associate producer.
Yeah,
yes,
associate producer.
Associate producer. One of you who are associate producers.
I like to be associate producer and production.
Okay, associate producers up here and production assistant down there. Okay, all of those. This is, of course, I would say, I mean, Aaron and I, well, not had a disagreement, but maybe Aaron's changed his mind on it. But I do feel like this is the most technically involved episode. You feel like there's one that's more?
I don't know about more.
Different.
Super Turtle might be comparable.
Yeah.
Just because we had like layers of green screen on layers of green screen.
I guess that's true.
But I would say this is at least tied for the most technical. But some of the technical stuff they probably don't even know about because it's just hidden.
Yeah.
Like some of those TV screens weren't originally on when we shot it. And then in post, I just decided to go in digitally and add pictures in. And I didn't realize then that people were walking in front of the stuff. So I'd edited a few wraps with the CG stuff on the TV screens before I hit one where someone walked in front. And I was like, crap. Because the picture from the TV would stay in front of the people walking by. So then I had to rotoscope out the people who walk by and have them be a separate layer on top of everything.
Yeah. So Aaron had to do a lot of, he added a lot of effects to those scenes with the TVs, but then, of course, people walked in front and he had to cut them out. Yeah. So that made it extra hard. I thought the stuff with the models was great. Of course, Ryan and Dixie made all the models. So at least that was something you didn't have to do.
Yeah.
But then you had the hard work of trying to composite things onto the screens.
Yeah, which didn't have green screens on them. So it all had to be like traced out and matted.
Yeah. So a lot of mats and what is that called? A motion capture, right? Sort of.
Motion tracking.
Motion tracking. Thank you. Tracking. And of course, Aaron did that amazing shot at the end. That was the first thing you put together.
Yeah.
Was the thing of me coming out of the time machine.
Yeah, because we shot that the first day of the green screen.
Yeah,
The time machine.
we shot the time machine first on the green screen, and so Aaron did that ending first of me coming out in the Army of Darkness, cataclysm, future, whatever the hell that is that he comes out of, 74,000 years into the future. Countess Blood Sugar is still walking and drinking. Yes. Yes. We thought it would be, at some point, Aaron had the bright idea, since we have had this turn where Abraxas is discovered to be a Christmas movie, because this has been something in the popular imagination. Die Hard's a Christmas movie, whatever's a Christmas movie. So I kind of wanted to comment on that idea of an unlikely movie being a Christmas movie. And this ended up being the perfect movie, because as I'm watching Abraxas, we're all sitting there watching this movie. I'm like, okay, most of it's in the snow. There are Christmas decorations. There's this weird virgin birth thing happening. The kid doesn't talk. It was like there was so much there. Plus the small town Hallmark Channel feel to the shooting, how it was filmed, and the music, everything added up to Hallmark Channel Christmas movie with a cyborg, and I thought that's the punchline. That's the punchline of the. And that
was something we kind of realized about halfway through watching that movie for the second time. We're just like, wait, this just keeps getting more and more Christmassy the longer the movie goes.
Well, you're trying to bend it to Terminator, and it isn't quite getting there.
Yeah.
So you spend the first viewing fooling your own brain into thinking you're watching a better movie.
Well, yeah.
And then a second viewing, you really start seeing that it is a Hallmark Channel Christmas movie.
Yeah, and the first time we watched it, it was too much like, okay, well, we need to add a blue filter to it so it looks more like a Terminator movie.
Yeah.
Can we swap out the music, this or that? But then we were talking about how it's just so much funnier to let that movie stink the way it does.
Yeah. We were gonna help the movie more, I think, and I think for the punchline, it really is necessary to let you see the movie they made, although of course Aaron pushes it over the cliff at the very end with the Ernest Saves Christmas music and the
God bless us,
and then Jessie coming out with the drinking game, and then the kids saying God bless us everyone, which is not in the movie, of course.
Yeah, I think the kid originally just says like, me too. The mom is like, I'm glad you're staying.
Oh yeah,
it was just a really lame line.
Yeah, it's the one of the I think it was Die 6 Die or someone was saying he should have said something when Abraxas said, "Oh, I have to go," or whatever.
Yeah.
The kid should have then spoke up and said, "You have to stay," or something. I want you to. I don't want you to go. Don't go.
And then I know someone was doing the Shane. Come back. Don't go, Abraxas. Someone in the chat was doing that, which was funny.
Yeah. So
it's like the God bless us everyone thing popped into my head that second time when we had the Christmas realization. The Jessie thing, that only occurred to me maybe a week ago when we were here doing some pickup shots or something.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about, because I had shown you the Christmas ending at that point with the earnest music and everything. And then it just popped in my head, oh, we need to have Jessie come in and take a drink again.
Yeah, that was really great. And we get to see it in color this time, which is kind of fun. It was black and white in Xmas Special.
And I remember that was something when I had the idea we were talking about. It's like, should it still be black and white or should we make it color? And then we just decided to go with color.
Yeah, it's matching the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, exactly.
Should you turn off the speaker?
Oh, I could turn this down now. You don't need this on anymore. There we go. We can bring this in. There we are. Can you hear us now, or did I ruin it? Did I unplug it?
Were they not hearing us?
No, I just...
That would have been funny this whole time.
I just wanted to move it in the...
We would have heard about it.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Is that okay? Can we hear it now? You were fine. Okay. So you've inadvertently had two back-to-back Christmas, but somewhat, I don't know about inadvertently, because we just decided it would be funny to just have it turn that way. I thought it would be funny because it would be extra unlikely and extra disappointing to have it happen back to back like that.
Well, and I remember we had that realization
on blocking April.
Oh.
No, we'll do it up like that.
I remember we had that realization while we were working on Christmas.
But then I'm blocking myself.
What the hell, man?
And we're getting requests to start the episode over.
Again. I don't know. Which way do I... There, I'll just stay like now. Oh, boy. Are you trying to hold on to the thing? This is like cinematic Titanic back there? Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we are. Now we're all okay, right? Can you hear us? Can you see us? Tommy, can you hear me? Tommy, can you see me? I love some of the points there where the fans were ahead of us on the... Not again. Not again. Tommy, can you hear me? Tommy, can you see me? There were points there where the fans were on top of a lot of the jokes we were making.
Someone called God Bless
God
Us.
Bless Us Everyone. Yeah, someone called that. I think that was Spooky Electric, or I can't remember who. But my gosh, man, how much fun. Boy in the Plastic Bubble is the next episode. We've already started we're gathering props for the episode. Aaron has started breaking it out onto cards. Yeah. The script is completely written, and Wendy was here, spent the night, worked all night last night, went to the fabric store today, came back to the studio, worked all evening on making something for the Boy in the Plastic Bubble episode, a costume for the Boy in the Plastic Bubble episode. Travoltalicious, yes indeed. And of course, also in the pipeline, we have the Ghastly Love of Johnny X, which we've licensed from the director, Paul Bunnell, who we're excited to be in the episode. And also the Bela Lugosi Meets the Brooklyn Gorilla, which we've been promising for years.
And we've actually shot a couple of the wraps for that already.
Some of the wraps have already been shot. It's a telethon episode, and it takes place over 3 different time periods. So it might be one of those ones that we're cooking in the background while we're filming everything else. We do have a couple things that I'm doing some announcing for the Fangoria Chainsaw Awards. And we're trying to put together a Christmas, a brief Christmas wraparound for Tubi, for a holiday special for Tubi. So hopefully all that stuff comes together between now and May. Yes, indeed. Vixen giggles. What are we getting here? Is even an even tinier chair with an even tinier mittens? Look at how adorable that is.
And Miss Mitten's stunt double.
Yeah, so we're working on stuff, folks. It's a good time to be a Cinsomniac. Best time in history to be a Cinsomniac. You love mini mittens. That mittens is a stunt mittens for Super Turtle. We actually have her ejecting out of the submarine in Super Turtle, the model submarine. More stuff. That's right. Wish I worn the foil hats. We're talking about foil hats now. What did I miss?
There was talk about plastic not blocking Scientology and tinfoil hats.
Okay, all right, got it. Scientology connections, it's tinfoil hats. Oh, you guys just think all UFO death cults are the same, but they're not. So very excited. We have 3 new episodes in the pipeline. This one really was, well, there's a couple things. We got sick. Aaron and I both got sick.
Yeah.
Aaron and I both got sick, so that took us both out for 2 weeks apiece. We just had a hard time getting this year started. Yeah. Plus, this episode was so extra ambitious. Wasn't intended to be that in the beginning. We were hoping to do an easy episode, but we felt that it would be to have this cyberpunk premise and to sort of softball. It seemed to be unfair.
Well, and initially we started off where this was going to be a softball episode. We were going to shoot it in that last week after we shot Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
Before I left. And we quickly realized that was just not going to work with what we were coming up with.
Well, and we were so exhausted by the end of the
yeah.
year last year. I think that there was just not much. We didn't have any juice left.
Yeah.
I didn't anyway. I'll speak for myself. I didn't have any juice left after the Xmas special.
Yeah.
I was ready to crawl into a dark hole after the Xmas special.
Yeah. Well, and then even just adding that Shankweiler promo at the beginning of the Christmas special, like, because I had that kid coughing on me on the plane out to California, so I was miserably sick and in bed for 2 weeks, and so I barely got that added in.
Yeah.
Because I was just so exhausted.
Yeah.
And then I got back here and immediately caught COVID.
Oh boy. So so between getting sick and just having a hard time getting things started this year, and again an extra ambitious episode, it just took us a long time to get this one out, and of course we apologize for that. You wanted questions about parchment paper versus wax paper. Parchment paper bakes better than wax paper. Wax paper, sometimes you might melt the wax on the wax paper. It's good to put your French fries in wax paper after they're baked, but I don't know if baking with wax paper. I don't bake with wax paper, so I don't know if that's what you want to hear. Parchment paper is more fun to say. It definitely is a funnier line. Go to the dollar store. Buy your parchment paper, your tin foil, and your wax paper at the dollar store. They will rake you over the coals at even Walmart. It's like $7 a roll for Reynolds Wrap. Don't do it. It's too much. Especially if you're gonna if you're like me when you make a sheet of French fries twice a year in your oven or something. Like don't do that. Parchment paper is impregnated with silicone. What? How many stories are we gonna? I guess we just can't eat anything. There's always something awful that's gonna leach into it. I buy everything except actual food at the dollar store. I will stoop to buying actual food at the dollar store. Absolutely, absolutely. We didn't get to show off your Christmas basket. Did we want to show that off?
Okay. Christmas?
I mean Easter. I don't know. I guess because of ABRAXAS, I've got Christmas on the brain.
If you want to kill yourself with some more.
Yeah, you want to bring that over? Okay. April brought over an Easter basket, and this might be a good time to reiterate that we have an Easter special on Blu-ray, Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter. This is our
light just completely reflected.
There we go. This is our first. I think you can get it. There we go. This is our first archive title.
Yeah.
Our first archive title. Every Blu-ray we've put up until this point has been a fundraiser for the episode, and has come out right after the episode. We did this 2 years ago?
Yeah.
This is our Easter special from 2 years ago. Look at this beautiful basket. Look at how beautiful and charming this basket. Look at this grass made out of plastic bags. Isn't this nice? Look at how nice.
Yeah. I bought a bunch of chocolate and then came here and found a basket.
Now, what are these parasol carrots?
I don't know.
Look at this.
Milk chocolate with hazelnut, Lindt chocolate carrot. I thought they were little umbrellas.
They do look like little umbrellas.
I didn't realize it was
like. I feel like if the Easter Bunny became a Batman villain, he would have a parasol like this. It looks like a carrot.
And of course, Reese's egg.
Okay, I got to eat a Reese's eggs. Now, this is not a situation where you take a bad candy and shape it like an egg. This is actually a good candy, I think. Reese's peanut butter cups as a egg. I wish they did any finesse with this at all, though. It just does look like a turd. Like they didn't do any, like there's no decorative shapes on it. They didn't even really make it a full sphere. It's just kind of this weird puck. But still delicious.
I don't even know when these are.
Oh, no. Don't talk about Cadbury cream eggs while I'm eating.
Of April.
I am not a Cadbury cream egg fan.
That would explain why all the summer stuff
End
is
of
coming in.
end of show sugar rush. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I have to apologize to all our diabetic fans right now. It's like the Reese's Christmas tree. I think they just let the Christmas trees malform and then they call them eggs.
Like the Jelly Belly jelly beans.
They're like the flop. Yeah, these are the Christmas tree. The Reese's tree flops are the eggs. You just skip the middleman and pour a 5-pound bag of sugar into your mouth. Mm-hmm.
Giant bunny.
Trying to give you bunny ears.
Look at that. Hilarious. What bunnies have long ears like that? Like I feel like there's a cartoon or something that already has bunnies that have long ears like that, but I can't figure it out.
I think jackrabbits in real life.
Jackrabbits have really long ears. We need to start embracing jackalopes. We're doing all this genetic experimentation. I feel like the jackalopes are going to be real any day now.
That was like the flying car for me.
Right.
Where are the jackalopes?
Where are the jackalopes? So I feel like maybe Easter needs to adopt a jackalope. Trix Rabbit and Roger Rabbit.
Jackrabbits.
Oh, look at this. Jackrabbit. I don't know if you can see this. Look at... Jackrabbits have huge ears. Look at that. Amazing. Never knew. Eat your heart out, Dudley.
Okay, one other thing.
Good night, you lovely people. Good night, Vixen. I again want to thank you all for donating to our GoFundMe tonight. We beat all our goals.
Yeah.
Beat the heck out of our goals. We're going to have no problem paying the rent this month, thanks to you folks. Again, we wouldn't have been able to do anything this ambitious for our show. The Easter this is like putting eyeballs on Chew's shoulder while being interrogated in Blade Runner. If you could only see what I've seen with your marshmallows, Chew. Pay the internet. Yes, I know. I need to pay that today. It's not like they're just going to pull the plug. They'll just charge me a late fee. Good reminder, though. Thank you. Now we can pay our internet. And then some. And our electricity. We're not going anywhere after this, I don't think. I think Sinister Cinemas is shut down. OSI 74 TV is defunct currently. So we don't have any Twitch destinations, I don't think, to raid right now. But that will change. We'll try to get things squared away. We'll have another 24/7 OSI channel at some point. The OSI 74 TV is we think is Twitch. OSI 74 TV on Twitch.
Yeah, the Roku channel's still.
Roku channel's still there. The website's still there. We're still here. There's so many people who think Cinema Insomnia is gone. It's too bad you guys are dead forever and not doing anything anymore. It's like, no, we still have a whole thing. We have a studio still. I heard you were all turned out into the street and you're not doing anything anymore. No, we're still here. There's still a studio. A Cinema Insomnia still exists. We still have the Roku channel. We still have the website. We still have the YouTube. We're still around. But 24/7 stream stuff is difficult, which is why we had trouble getting it started in the first place. We tried to do a 24/7 stream right off the bat, and it just went out in flames. So it's not easy.
You need a bigger one of these to tell everybody you're still here.
But we're here. We're here. We're going to keep fighting. We're just going to keep trying to get this content to you wherever you're hiding. That's the mission of OSI 74.
No rock unturned.
No rock unturned. Here, take it.
Sinister Cinemas was up earlier, but it's not now, I don't think. Yeah, it is unfortunate, and I think I think the most unfortunate is that it's erroneous, and that was always the case with Vimeo, with YouTube. You know, you put all your faith, you put all your eggs into this basket, bring it back to Easter, and then someone who either is competing with you or is something random like a robot flags you for something that's erroneous, or you know, whatever, you know. I know that when we had our YouTube channel in 2009, it took a long time to upload those 2.5 hour episodes in 2009. And you know, we had at least, I think, 45 Cinema Insomnia episodes up there, and we had, you know, a ton of subscribers. Some of those videos had 50,000 views on them. And the first strike was House on Haunted Hill, which is way deep public domain. Nobody goes after you for House on Haunted Hill. A Tupperware commercial was the second one. They don't even tell you what your third strike is. Your whole channel vaporizes and you can't even log in. You're just done. And that very similar thing happened with Vimeo, where we had 2 erroneous strikes that we were waiting to clear up. And they don't tell you what your third strike is. You're just done. So, unfortunately, until we own our own platform, you know, we don't have too much of a chance with left at the mercy of these. Well,
it's funny how much YouTube has eased up now, where it's like now if you haven't had a strike in 90 days, all your strikes fall off, which never used to be the case.
Yeah.
And then it's like people can do a copyright claim that's not a copyright strike, so they monetize your stuff, but you don't get a strike against yourself.
Right.
So it's easier to not have your YouTube go away now than it was. And they had a really bad rep for a long time for just that type of thing, where it would just disappear with no warning.
Yeah. Back to ham radio it is then. Yeah, or we could stream on the dark web. That's where we really should go. Move the whole thing to the dark web. You know, the problem is that we're doing this to try to put our content in the most ubiquitous places where we can, so that someone might accidentally find what we're doing. So that's, you know, it's hard because it has to be somewhat organic. It's like a lot of these platforms I'm totally unfamiliar with. I don't know who the audience is. It has to be something that is going to mesh with what we're doing. Like one of the reasons, you know, for live streaming for years was something that I never even considered because I didn't understand it. I wasn't a live streamer. It wasn't a world that I understood. Only after we had dabbled in live streaming for a while on Facebook that we realized that this was an area where there was an audience and that we could expand on and do it better. You know, I think I just had a bunch of videos archived up on YouTube and just kind of like squatted on the name Cinema Insomnia on Twitter and didn't do anything for a long time. You know, I mean, a lot of people on the opposite end, when people say something like, "Oh, you should be on local TV stations," it's like, well, I am on some local TV stations still, but I don't even watch local TV anymore. It's hard for me to put my energy into something that I'm not supporting. I'm not watching any local TV stations. You know, that doesn't reflect my current habits. So it's very hard for me to, you know, like I love doing radio, but I don't listen to terrestrial radio anymore. It's become something else that is not what it used to be, in my own opinion. So for me to try to go backwards and do radio dramas on terrestrial radio when that's something that I don't even
I don't spend any of my time doing. It's very hard. Who has even had access to local TV in the past 10 years? A lot of people do. A lot of people are still watching their local TV stations. But, you know, I don't have cable. We don't have cable at our house, you know? So it's very, like I said, it's very hard to put your energy into something that you don't personally do. The ads were a big problem with terrestrial TV. They kind of gave up their airwaves to, you know, too much advertising to where it's almost insurmountable.
I never see ads on the internet.
Well, the ads of the internet has definitely gotten worse, and I don't know where we're going to go next. Once the internet becomes so clogged up with ads that you can't watch anything.
At least they're targeted to my brain. They've been monitored.
That's right. At least you have that.
Phone's been eavesdropping.
Yeah. You know, I like doing things in movie theaters because I still go to the movies. I still attend movie theaters. I like doing things at the drive-in because I still go to the drive-in. You know, if terrestrial TV was as awesome as it was 40 years ago, I'd be very excited to be on terrestrial TV. Pluto's not bad. I just don't know how to crack that nut. We have a distributor that we're working with. We're hoping this holiday special will help us crack Pluto and Tubi. If we can pry the door open with this special, then perhaps that might open the door for a whole Cinema Insomnia channel on Pluto. Wouldn't that be great? But I don't know how to do that. I mean, I don't know how to do that by myself. I think I may have to work with a distributor to make that happen. Pluto is owned by Viacom Paramount. I do know that. So you probably have to work with someone with bigger guns than what we have to get in on that. They do use their material. They do, but they have, you know, but the Plan 9 movie that I was in is on Tubi, or it is on Tubi, and it's on Pluto. And the Plan 9 movie is not owned by CBS. Twitch keeps trying to get me to watch PewDiePie, and I've never been more offended. Well, I've never watched 1 second of PewDiePie, and he has a jillion viewers somehow, you know. I couldn't even tell you what he does.
To get him to watch us.
Lee Finney, thank you for hanging out with us. I know that we've been going real late. Oh my gosh, it's 3 a.m. My goodness. Well, I know that a lot of you got work tomorrow. We've got a big day tomorrow, starting to get ready to get our new episodes going. I just, again, I'm so excited about the new episodes, so excited to share it with you. Sorry about all the technical difficulties. This is just the nature of the beast when we're trying to do a live, and then we had guests in the studio, and it got extra complicated. But we will see you on Monday for a misunderstood movie. We will see you on Wednesday for an unwrapped movie. I would like to start watching some cartoons with you as Captain 74. If you think that's a good idea, maybe we could try to pick a day where I could put on my captain outfit and we could watch some cartoons together. It would be great to get some kids there watching too. So I'd love your opinions on that. Thank you for saying it's a beautiful episode. I think everyone did an amazing job. Saturday mornings, wouldn't that be fun? Maybe. We'll see.
The only thing that'll be tricky for you with that is being
turning
on
it around,
and then
then Saturday night. Maybe Captain 74 will be pre-recorded. I don't know. We'll work it out. Anyway,
24-hour stream of this episode.
24-hour stream of this episode. Amazing work. Oh, so kind. Again, again, we wouldn't have been able to do without you. So thank you all. My best to you, and all systems go. We'll see you soon. The cyber future. Dun, 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 dun. 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 Dun, 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 dun.